Chapter 427. After the cleanup, San Filto City quickly regained its prosperity. After the gangs were gone, the trading and living conditions were greatly improved. The city's sanitation reform was still ongoing, and the pace was significantly faster. It wasn't a good idea to keep tens of thousands of poor people in a concentration camp. If they didn't find something to do, there would definitely be trouble. Therefore, Su Len began to take out the basic reconstruction of San Filto City. Su Len knew the method of providing relief through work, which was very suitable for these poor people who had nothing. Public toilets and bathrooms were also built, and the streets were turned into cobblestones. The poor people would be paid for their work every day, and they would be able to eat their fill. To them, this was already very blissful. Many new houses would be built in the original slums, and these houses would be sold to the poor at a lower price. The building materials needed could be gathered by the poor people. The poor people would still be used to build the houses, and after the houses were built, they would be sold to the poor people. In this way, the money Su Len distributed to the poor people was once again recovered. It could be said that Su Len didn't spend any money and even made a small profit. He only paid a small price to complete the basic reconstruction of the city. After Marquis Savoy left San Filto City, he led the army back to Cult City. After he announced his loyalty to Su Len, the neutral nobles in the northern provinces of the Kingdom of Florence began to support Su Len. However, there were still a few cities that didn't accept Su Len. These cities were located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Florence. They were already at the border of the Kingdom of Florence. On the other side, they were connected to the Kingdom of Lorenza. The road to these nobles' territories wasn't easy. They had to pass through a mountain range. Because of the mountain range, it was much more difficult to conquer these territories. After 3 days of rest, Su Len ordered Marquis Savoy to lead the army to wipe out these territories. Under the leadership of the legendary knight, the morale of Cult's army soared. None of the rebellious nobles had legendary combat power. As long as Marquis Savoy arrived, it was only a matter of time before the rebellious nobles were dealt with. Su Len had someone send some falcons to the Marquis of Savoy so that he could use them to communicate. If anything unexpected happened, he could be notified immediately. When the Marquis of Savoy went to eliminate the rebellion, the first batch of officials and soldiers from the Northwind Dukedom arrived at San Filto. As soon as these officials arrived, they immediately immersed themselves in their work. Su Len was finally freed from his busy work. After Su Len reviewed the new law, it was passed and officially implemented. Of course, there were many imperfections in the law written in such a short period of time. However, it could be amended slowly as it was used. In addition to the most basic constitution, Su Len also established several branches such as criminal law, commercial law, and civil law. Because of the reinforcements from the Northwind Dukedom, Su Len also began to reform the tax system. In the past, he didn't change it because of the lack of manpower. Su Len didn't trust the previous tax officials in San Filto. If the new tax system allowed them to collect taxes, there would definitely be many problems in the end. Before he had people he could trust, Su Len wouldn't reform the tax system. This time, the biggest change in the tax system was that the nobles were included in the list of taxpayers. In the past, the nobles didn't pay taxes. Not only did they not pay taxes, but their caravans and shops also didn't pay taxes. Su Len wanted to teach them one thing. In this world, birth, death, and taxes were unavoidable. The nobles enjoyed many privileges. If their taxes were abolished, there wouldn't be much money left in the national treasury. After the officials from the Northwind Dukedom arrived, Su Len sped up the construction of the prison. He planned to let the officials experience the prison after it was completed. With the prison, the corruption and dereliction of duty of the officials could be guaranteed. "What's this?" Phyllis asked, pointing at the drawing on the table by Su Len. "Water pipe design." Su Len didn't even raise his head. He focused on the drawing in his hand. "What water pipe design?" "Water pipe design." Su Len repeated. After getting used to the convenient water in the Northwind Dukedom, Su Len felt very uncomfortable after coming to San Filto. "What's this for?" Phyllis asked curiously. Su Len put down the quill and poured himself a cup of tea. This is the water supply system of the Northwind Dukedom. You've seen it in the Northwind Dukedom. Do you want a cup? I added ice, lemon juice, and sugar. It tastes good. No need. Phyllis waved her hand. She didn't like the bitter taste of tea. She preferred milk. I asked someone to bring you today's lunch. Try it and see if you like it. As she spoke, Phyllis took out the fragrant food from the lunchbox. The lunch was very sumptuous. There were grilled fish, steak, lamb chops, vegetable salad, fruit platter, and so on. Phyllis and Su-Len enjoyed the lunch together. After the sanitary pads in San Filto were improved, Su-Len began to try to improve the living standards of the city. First of all, the water system could greatly improve the happiness of the residents. In addition, the public bathhouse built by Su-Len also needed the water system. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to transport water to all the public bathhouses in the city. There were many benefits to using tap water. Commoners in this world usually went to the river or the well to draw water. Then, they would store a tank of water at a time and use it slowly. Because the tank was rarely cleaned, most of the time, the water in the tank was not very clean. If you looked carefully, you would find a layer of green caterpillar-like things floating in the water tank. In fact, those were algae. Sullen's water supply system this time was a water tower. This method was much less work than the overhead aqueduct. The water from the river outside the city was pumped to the water tower, and then the water was sent to every house through the pipes. Of course, the power problem was solved with spells. In fact, there were many spells that could be used to replace the pump. The simplest one was to use a whirlwind to draw water from the river. This required a simple rune magic circle and an energy crystal to drive it. As long as the energy crystal was replaced in time, the system could be used continuously. Water pipes were either made of iron or copper. Iron pipes had to be treated with anti-rust treatment, or they would be scrapped in a few years. Copper pipes were good, but they were currency. Su-Len was worried that someone would steal them and make them into currency. As for silver, there was no need to mention it. However, in this world with magic, this kind of thing was easy to solve. It was not too difficult to just add some anti-rust treatment to iron pipes. There were many ways for wizards to do this. In this way, it would be much easier to build a water system. As for the power source, Su-Len planned to use the element pool to replace it. The second problem was the lighting of the palace. Although there were magic lamps in this era, they were rarely used in other places except for the wizard tower. Even the palace used candles. Su-Len planned to install magic lamps in all the palaces. The cost of magic lamps was not high. The main problem was the power source. However, since Su-Len planned to build the element pool, the power source problem was solved. You drew a tower? Phyllis sat on Sullen's lap. A pleasant smell enveloped the tip of her nose. Yes, this is a water tower. It is used to store, purify, and filter water. The water in this tower is sent to thousands of households through pipes. This is different from the one in Northern Town, Phyllis asked curiously. The one in Northern Town uses an elevated aqueduct. This one requires magic, Su-Len explained. Then what is this drawing? Phyllis asked, pointing at another drawing. This is a blast furnace used to make iron. Su-Len pointed at the drawing and said, this one is hollow. It is used to store fuel and ores. I improved it by combining the dwarves' blast furnace technology. Su-Len had seen the blast furnace made by the dwarves in the underground world. To be honest, the blast furnace made by the dwarves was almost the same as a blast furnace except for the smaller capacity and lower temperature. If not for the lack of better materials, the dwarves would have built a bigger blast furnace. However, this was not a problem for Su-Len. The dwarves did not have good refractory materials, but the wizards did. The new blast furnace was nearly 8 meters tall and could produce 2 tons of iron at a time. The furnace body was in the shape of a tower, with an inner diameter of 3 meters. To prevent it from collapsing, there was a supporting frame at the bottom. The walls of the furnace were thin at the top and thick at the bottom. The belly of the furnace was half a meter thick. The innermost layer was made of Soraya's fire-resistant bricks, and there was a circle of air supply. The air was pumped into the belly of the furnace by manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. In addition to this blast furnace, Su Lin also made a feeder, which was a climbing rail and a movable feeder at the bottom. The feeder would climb to the top of the furnace under the traction of manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. The buckle at the bottom of the feeder would be put in by a hook, which would open the outlet and pour fuel or ores into the furnace. In fact, this thing had been in the dwarves' hands for a long time. Su Lin just made some simple modifications and moved it here. The method used to make iron in San Felto City was relatively backward. With this blast furnace, the production efficiency had increased several times. As long as a few blast furnaces were built according to the drawing, the production of pig iron in San Felto City would increase exponentially. Su Lin was planning to expand his army, so he needed a large amount of iron to make equipment. In addition to this blast furnace, Su Lin also planned to build a blacksmith workshop to produce equipment in a better way. Chapter 428. In this era, the percentage of soldiers equipped with armor was very low, around 50%. The percentage of regular soldiers could reach 120%, and the percentage of auxiliary soldiers was around 20%. Soldiers in this era were required to prepare their own weapons and rations on the battlefield. The auxiliary soldiers were usually farmers. If there was a war between two noble lands, it would usually be a knight leading a dozen squires against an army of farmers. Sullan's army was not like that. The regular soldiers of the Kingdom of Florence were equipped with leather armor and iron scale armor. Iron armor could only be worn by a platoon leader. The main reason was that the production cost of iron armor was very high. The Kingdom of Florence did not have a hydraulic forge like the one in North Town, nor a blast furnace, so the production of pig iron was limited. A full set of iron armor was not cheap either. Su Lin planned to build a blast furnace and a hydraulic forge here to mass-produce iron armor. While Su Lin was planning to build a blast furnace, the prison in San Felto City was completed. The prison was built from a castle. It looked solemn on the outside. All the windows were only the size of a palm and were sealed with iron pillars as thick as a finger. On the high wall outside the prison, there was a sharp iron fence. Just by looking at it from the outside, one could feel the security was tight. The prison had around 80 rooms, and it was sturdy and durable. After the prison was completed, Su Lin came here in a hurry. He planned to bring some officials here for some ideological education. Prison. A prison built from a castle. Any criminal will be severely punished here. Eerie terror plus 33, indestructible plus 30, abrupt repentance plus 28, mind interrogation plus 33, strength suppression plus 35, imprisonment plus 33, spirit modification plus 30, surrender plus 35, city security plus 20, people's sentiment plus 15, prosperity minus 3. This is the prison we built? Blacksmith, who was standing not far away, gulped as he looked at the building that gave him goosebumps. Looks good, Su Lin said as he looked at the prison. Where are the officials? Are they here? Your Majesty, I've sent someone to inform them. I believe they will be here soon, a guard beside him said respectfully. Around 10 minutes later, a group of officials arrived outside the prison under the guard's lead. Your Majesty! Although they were a little confused when they were suddenly called here, the group of officials did not show any dissatisfaction. Su Lin nodded and walked up to the officials. Many people are wondering why I called everyone here. What's so interesting about this prison? We're not criminals. Indeed, you are not criminals, but you are officials. An ordinary person's crime may only affect him or a limited number of people, but you are different. As officials, one of your decisions will affect thousands of people, so I have high requirements for officials. The reason I brought you here is to let you see what kind of punishment you will receive if you bend the law for favoritism, dereliction of duty, corruption, and knowingly break the law. It will serve as a warning to you. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, there was a commotion among the officials below. These officials were all former officials of San Felto City. According to the conduct of the nobles, one could imagine how professional these people were. Even if they were all wiped out, Su Lin wouldn't be surprised. Quiet. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Su Lin said in a deep voice, I don't care about what you did before I came to San Felto City. I wasn't the king at that time, so it wasn't under my control. But after that, you'd better make up for what you did. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me for not reminding you. All right, now all of you follow me into this prison. Take a good look at the consequences of doing wrong." After that, Su Len led the jailers and the unwilling officials into this gloomy and terrifying prison. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The entire prison environment was very depressing. The light was dim, and just the corridor made people feel a sense of trepidation. The officials' behavior was even more unbearable. Different from the prison in Northern Town City, there were a lot of torture devices in this prison. These torture devices seemed to have been used before. There was a lot of dark red stuff on them that looked like fresh blood. A few jailers on the side gave a detailed explanation of these torture devices. They even took out a few pieces of pork to demonstrate. When they saw the pieces of pork being tortured by various torture devices, the officials' faces turned pale. Their limbs went soft, and they couldn't even stand properly. Su Len waved his hand. Two jailers went forward and lifted up the officials whose legs went soft. Who knew that as soon as they lifted them up, the officials started to struggle and cry violently. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." One of the officials thought that the jailers were going to torture him. He was so scared that his face changed drastically. He cried crazily, "Don't come over! Don't come over! Your Majesty, I confess. I surrender. I took bribes from others and worked for them. Your Majesty, please spare my life." For a moment, the entire prison was filled with cries and shouts. Su Len was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the prison to be so effective. He had only seen half of it, and the officials in front of him couldn't take it anymore. Seeing these officials begging for mercy, Su Len was very pleased. Since these people were willing to surrender, Su Len had no reason to refuse. He directly asked someone to record their crimes. Of course, before the records were recorded, all the officials had to walk through the entire prison. Of course, those officials who were so scared that their legs went soft were also forced to walk through the prison by the jailers. After going through such a baptism, the officials became very honest. They recounted all the crimes that they had committed in detail. For these people, those who had committed less serious crimes would continue to be promoted. Of course, they would have to make up for all their previous crimes. They would have to double the amount of money that they had accepted and correct their violations. For those who had committed more serious crimes, they would be removed from their positions after the collection of the stolen goods. Seeing that the prison was so effective, Su Len was relieved. Then he made a rule that all the officials in San Filto City had to come to the prison once every 6 months for ideological education. The officials from Northern City were very familiar with this rule. As for the officials from San Filto City who had just visited the prison, they didn't dare to have any objections. They were afraid that Su Len would throw them into the prison. It was also from this day onwards that the prison in San Filto City became a sword that hung over the heads of all the officials. Because of this, the prison also became a terrifying place in San Filto City that could stop children from crying. With the prison, the efficiency of the officials in San Filto City doubled. All the excuses in the past disappeared. The operation of the city hall became very smooth. All the government decrees issued by Su Len were implemented seriously. It was no longer as superficial as before. Su Len was very satisfied with this change. The most direct manifestation was that the tax revenue had increased by half. The number of people in San Filto City had also increased from 60% to 75%. It was also from now on that Su Len truly controlled San Filto City. Another thing that was worth being happy about was the furnace in the blacksmith workshop. After some construction, the furnace was finally completed. Speaking of which, the technical level of the blast furnace designed by Su Len had only reached the level of the earthen kiln in the 1960s of his previous life. It was impossible to make steel, but it was possible to make pig iron. The furnace in the blacksmith workshop was erected in the backyard. The furnace was made of refractory bricks and was cylindrical in shape. However, the two ends were slightly thinner. The furnace in front of him was 6 meters tall. It wasn't built according to the blueprint of 8 meters tall. The main reason was that the workers weren't skilled enough. However, a 6-meter-tall furnace wasn't small. This furnace was filled with ores and dyes. It could produce thousands of pounds of pig iron in one steelmaking. In order to make the blast furnace stronger, Su Luan specially blessed the blast furnace with hardening. The refractory bricks on the blast furnace were also blessed with fire resistance by Su Luan, which could reduce the burning of the blast furnace by flames. At the same time, Su Luan drew runes on the inner wall of the furnace to increase the temperature of the flames. This could increase the temperature of the flames and melt the ores faster. To put it bluntly, the whole blast furnace was a magic item. A mine cart was used to feed the furnace. It was directly transported through the rails. The rails were connected to the furnace's inlet. The whole design used a pulley block to reduce the strength. There was also a large bellows next to the furnace. It was used to ventilate the furnace and transport oxygen. When the air was transported, there was also a heating device to preheat the air. This way, cold air wouldn't enter the furnace and lower the temperature. With this preheating device, the furnace's temperature could be directly raised by 200 degrees. The furnace was about the same height as the walls of the blacksmith workshop. In order to prevent earthquake collapse, Su Luan also installed fixed parts around the furnace to make it more stable. After the furnace was built, it was natural to try it out first. The workers around couldn't wait to try it out. Under Su Luan's order, the workers immediately pushed the prepared iron into the furnace and then ignited the charcoal. The orange flame rose instantly, and the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Originally, the charcoal could only be heated to 800 or 900 degrees. However, after using the furnace, the temperature would be further increased. In addition, Su Luan also drew runes to increase the temperature of the flames and preheated the air. Finally, the temperature in the furnace directly broke through to 1,600 degrees. Such a high temperature could completely melt the iron ore. Chapter 429. The properties of the blast furnace were pretty good. The ores were completely melted after a dozen hours of calcination. Next, the gate under the blast furnace was opened, and viscous molten iron slowly flowed out of the blast furnace. After the molten iron was stirred and cooled, it would become pig iron. If one wanted to refine pig iron into mature iron, they would have to add limestone and other materials during the calcining process to remove the impurities. However, these human craftsmen relied on their own experience to refine iron. Su Luan didn't learn how to refine iron in his previous life, so his knowledge of metal refining was limited. He could only let the craftsmen slowly study it. However, although they couldn't directly refine iron or steel in the blast furnace, they could still refine iron or steel. But with the hydraulic forging machine, they could use forging to refine steel. With the help of these machines, the production of weapons and equipment was several dozen times faster than before. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers of San Felto City had enough equipment to use. Northern Wasteland, Northtown City. It had been nearly 2 months since Su Luan left Northtown City for San Felto City. After such a long time, the Martyr's Palace in Northtown City was finally about to be completed. This wonder building was a set with the Arc de Triomphe and also required Battle Soul Stones. The final step required Su Luan to complete it himself. After receiving the report from the City Hall, Hathaway used the communication array to contact Su Luan in the distant San Felto City. After learning that the Martyr's Palace was completed, Su Luan gave some instructions to Phyllis and used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. Because he had the coordinates of Northtown City, the difficulty of long-distance teleportation was reduced a lot. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. After leaving the coordinates in San Felto City, Su Luan used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. A magic light rose and Su Luan's figure appeared in Northtown City in the next second. After leaving for 2 months, Northtown City had already entered winter. The weather had started to turn cold, but the city was still very lively. Northtown City had become even more prosperous in the 2 months since he left. Just as Su Luan appeared in the Lord's castle, there was a flash of light. Hathaway's figure appeared, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Your Majesty, you still remember to come back. Seeing Su Lin appear, Hathaway rolled her eyes and said. Su Lin smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong for not coming back for 2 months, so he could imagine that tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. I've just obtained the Kingdom of Florence. I'm tied up with worldly affairs and can't leave, but I'm preparing to build a teleportation circle in San Filto City. I can come back at any time, and you can go there at any time. Hathaway rolled her eyes and said, I still have a lot of experiments to do. I don't have time to go to San Filto. I don't have time either. I've been managing Northtown City and the underground world all this time. I don't have time to go. Chris glanced at Su Lin and said grumpily. Don't look at me. If I agree, I'll be a traitor. Alex crossed his arms in front of his chest. His already majestic chest looked even fuller. Don't. Sullen's figure flashed, and he directly pulled the 3 of them to the living room. Staying in San Filto City is only temporary. Northtown City is my base. I know this very well, but I'm staying there for a while to stabilize the Kingdom of Florence. Once the kingdom is stabilized, Northtown City will be the new capital. Su Lin explained. After some explanation, Su Lin finally coaxed the girls and promised them that he would come back for 1 day every 3 days. Only then did the 3 girls reluctantly agree. Northtown City, Central Plaza. A majestic palace stood on the east side of the plaza, only 50 meters away from the majestic triumphal arch. The entire building was made of marble and was 36 meters tall. It was as tall as the triumphal arch next to it. This was the marvelous Martyr's Palace. There were many murals and statues carved on the outside of the Martyr's Palace. The content of the murals was basically the story of Sullen's expeditions. The carvings were of high quality and could be considered works of art. When Su Lin arrived at the palace, it was in a sealed state. Su Lin pushed open the doors and entered the hall. The decorations inside the Martyr's Palace weren't inferior to the outside at all. The reliefs, murals, and statues were all very beautiful. Su Lin went to the center of the Martyr's Palace. There was a tall platform here. He went up to the platform and took out 2 battle soul stones from his storage space. As soon as the battle soul stones appeared, he seemed to hear the clashing of spears and armored horses. He carefully placed the 2 battle soul stones in the gap of the platform. With a flash of light, a powerful energy instantly rose from the altar and quickly enveloped the entire Martyr's Palace. The heroic souls of soldiers slowly appeared in the Martyr's Palace. A faint hymn also sounded in his ears. This was the singing of the legendary angels. At the same time the Martyr's Palace was activated, the triumphal arch not far away also emitted a powerful energy. The 2 energies slowly fused together. The projections of heroic souls appeared in the sky above Northtown City one after another. The entire city was in high spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully constructed the Martyr's Palace. A triumphal arch has been detected in the surroundings. The Martyr's Palace and the triumphal arch have combined. Martyr's Palace, a sacred palace made of marble and battle soul stones to consecrate heroic spirits and war souls. Majestic atmosphere plus 35, indestructible plus 40, war soul everlasting plus 35, martial spirit plus 38, soul nurturing plus 25, heroic spirit growth plus 38. Special effect, heroic spirit space. Summon heroic spirits. Heroic spirit space. This is a special space. War souls and heroic spirits can hibernate, grow, and recover their strength in this space. Summon heroic spirit. Summon heroic spirits to assist in battle. Heroic spirits will return to the heroic spirit space after death. Su Lin wasn't surprised when he saw the Martyr's Palace's attributes. From today onwards, the soldiers of Northwind Dukedom would be reborn in the heroic spirit space after death. These war souls would also slowly grow. After some time, these war souls would slowly level up to heroic spirits. With the Martyr's Palace, the soldiers of Northtown City would be even more fearless. After the Martyr's Palace and the Triumphal Arch were combined, the heroic spirit space doubled in size. At the same time, it gained a new special effect, the War God's Blessing. War God's Blessing. In cities or regions blessed by the war god, the chances of newborns becoming excellent warriors are increased. Newborns will naturally gain +1 strength. After seeing the effects of the war god's blessing, Sulin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. All newborns gained +1 strength. This was an area of effect. This special effect was very similar to the Sky Garden's elemental land. The only difference was that one increased the aptitude of a wizard, while the other increased the aptitude of a warrior. With these two special effects, Northtown City would have an endless supply of wizards and warriors. At the same time, more and more people would be willing to live here. The completion of the Martyr's Palace caused quite a commotion. All the churches in Northtown City sensed the powerful energy. They all came out to take a look. After seeing the Martyr's Palace, these churches were also shocked. They raised Sulin's strength by another level. After completing the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Sulin let out a breath of relief. He then returned to the Castellan's palace to attend the welcoming banquet. It was a silent night. The first rays of the morning sun shone into the room. Sulin slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Sulin had gotten a lot of satisfaction last night, so he slept until noon before waking up. There was still a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch from last night. The bodies of the women were like octopuses wrapped around his body, and even the messy traces of last night's madness could still be clearly seen. Thinking back to last night's madness, Sulin was still reminiscing about it. Coupled with the seductive bodies around him, his body became erect again. Last night's battle between the three heroes didn't tire him at all. Under his thunderbolt spear, the three women were utterly defeated. They even had to call their two maids over to defend against Sulin's attacks. Originally, their alliance was still very strong. Sulin couldn't break through for a long time. In the end, he had to use his plasma cannon to break through the situation. With the support of the thunderbolt spear, Sulin charged back and forth. The women's alliance crumbled in the end. Of course, they were defeated with honor. In the end, under Sulin's ultimate skill, they could only wait to be slaughtered. It could be said that they suffered heavy casualties. Sulin struggled to get out of bed. He had a simple breakfast and then went to the new city located in the west of the northern citadel. The new city was 50 kilometers away from the northern citadel. With Sulin's speed, he arrived here in no time. After not seeing each other for 2 months, the new city had changed a lot. The low and simple camp had disappeared and was replaced by a city wall. The city wall was 8 meters tall and 4 to 6 meters thick. Therefore, the city wall was made of bricks and rocks. The wizards then used mud to stone to create this solid city wall. Other than the city wall, many houses were built in the new city. Now, the workers here were living in the new houses. When Boulder and Johnson knew that Sulin had come here, they quickly brought people back. During this time, the two of them had been in charge of the defense of the new city. The bandits and monsters around the new city had mostly been cleared. A large number of monster slaves were also captured here. Currently, there were 5,000 to 6,000 residents in the new city. Its purpose was to protect the trade route and increase the population. With the increase of immigrants, this city would soon develop as the only way to reach the northern citadel. Chapter 430. The moon was dark and the wind was howling. It was already late at night outside Northtown City, and the bustling city during the day had now fallen into silence. A team of soldiers on night patrol walked past the long street. They were in the outer area of Northtown City, and there were no other buildings around except for a simple campsite. It was a large amount of empty space reserved for Northtown City's upgrade. There was usually no one here during the day, and it was even more desolate at night. Even the soldiers on night patrol rarely came here. Frick, frick. All of a sudden, some noises reverberated in the silent night. Closely after that, the noises disappeared. A few minutes later, the noises reverberated again. Soon, several black figures about 1.3 m in height drilled out of the fence of the camp. "It's safe, there's no one here," a dog-like voice said in dragon language. "Be careful, keep an eye out, and alert us immediately if you find anything wrong," another voice said. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. With the help of the hazy moonlight, a few black figures slowly appeared. They had dark brown scales, another sharp horn on their heads, and the heads of dogs. They were short and wore tattered clothes. They were a few kobolds. Hurry and inform the oracle that everything is safe. After observing for a while, one of the kobolds, who seemed to be the leader, said. The kobold beside him immediately went back into the fence. Lord Oracle, we've already checked, and everything is normal outside. The kobold lowered his voice and said excitedly. Everything is normal outside, then we'll take action immediately, the kobold oracle in a brown linen robe said with a nod. Lord Oracle, please come with me. As they moved forward quietly, the kobolds quickly climbed out of the hole in the fence. Everything went surprisingly smoothly, and no one was alarmed when the hundreds of devout believers came out. After seeing all the kobolds come out, a look of joy flashed across the oracle's face. He looked at the sky, and at this moment, the moon was covered by dark clouds again. The entire North Town City was plunged into darkness. This is a God-given opportunity. Everyone follow us. We're going to escape this cage today. May the Wuxin clan ancestor bless us. After saying that, the kobolds all bowed and prayed. Then, under the cover of the night, they carefully crept towards the city walls. At this moment, in the camp, in the guard's room, a few soldiers were staring at the group of dog-headed people who were carefully escaping. Captain, are we really not going to capture these fugitives? Are we going to let them escape? A young soldier asked doubtfully. This is the Lord's order. Do you dare to disobey? The captain next to him glanced at him and said, Hee, I wouldn't dare. The soldier laughed dryly. By the way, Captain, do you know why Sir Lord is doing this? The captain next to him knocked on the soldier's head. Mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The soldier shrunk his head and nodded. The captain turned around and continued to observe the dog-headed people outside. However, he thought to himself, how would I know what Sir Lord is going to do? Under the cover of the night, hundreds of dog-headed people quickly found their way to the vicinity of the city walls. They searched near the city walls for a while, and soon found a sewer. The sewer was not large, but it was connected to the moat outside the city. The sewer was not large, and an adult would not be able to get in at all. However, it was not a problem for the short dog-headed people. A few dog-headed people got into the sewer, and then crawled out along the sewer. Soon, the dog-headed people climbed along the sewer to the edge of the city walls. The sewer of the city would lead to the moat, and then flow out from the moat. However, there were not many of such sewers. They had already seen the moat, but in the end, there was an iron fence that was as thick as a finger at the point where the sewer was connected to the moat. Seeing that they were about to escape, but they were blocked by the iron fence, the dog-headed people were enraged. Bang! A strong dog-headed person slammed the iron fence hard. In the end, something shocking happened. The iron fence that was as thick as a finger broke open at the point where it was connected to the wall. Seeing this, the dog-headed person was overjoyed. He grabbed the iron fence with both hands and shook it hard. As the rubble on the wall slid down, the iron fence blocking the exit of the sewer was pushed to the ground with a clang. It's open! It's open! A few dog-headed people cheered excitedly. What's that sound? Who's there? At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. Then, they saw faint figures moving toward them. Oh no, we've been discovered. Let's go! Seeing those figures, the dog-headed people immediately panicked. Don't panic, there's still time. The sewer is open. Everyone, go into the sewer immediately. Seeing the other dog-headed people panicking, the dog-headed person known as the God's messenger immediately commanded. It was obvious that this dog-headed person had a high status among them. As soon as he spoke, all the dog-headed people immediately recovered and jumped into the sewer. After the dog-headed people entered the sewer, they did not stop at all. Instead, they quickly crawled toward the moat not far away. By the time the soldiers strolled over, all the dog-headed people had successfully escaped. Only when the dog-headed people had escaped a distance away from northern Battlefront City along the moat did they stop, panting. We've escaped, we've escaped. The dog-headed people cheered excitedly. After the dog-headed people cheered for a while, the dog-headed god's messenger, Horn, raised his arm. Soon, all the dog-headed people quieted down. My brethren, although we've successfully escaped from the enslavement of those humans, we're not safe now. So, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. The great elder Wuxin has given us an oracle. He has prepared a God-given land for us to live and develop. Praise the true God. Praise the true God. Praise the true God. A wave of cheers sounded, and the dog-headed people's morale rose again. Hey, let's set off now. We'll go to our new home. Horn ordered, and the dog-headed people set off again. However, what the dog-headed people did not know was that there were a few eagles circling above their heads. At the same time, not far away from them, a few drows were hiding and quietly observing the dog-headed people. In fact, the dog-headed people's successful escape from northern Battlefront City was completely arranged by Su Lin. Otherwise, not to mention the dog-headed people, even a group of knights would not have been able to escape easily. The oracle that Horn mentioned was completely made up by Su Lin. Even the escape route that the dog-headed people took was prepared by Su Lin. To put it bluntly, it was all a big show that Su Lin had written and directed. It was just that the dog-headed people did not know about it. After letting Hathaway use the dream-weaving spell, he successfully used the so-called oracle to guide Horn's actions and make the dog-headed person act according to Sullen's instructions. This was also Sullen's way of deceiving the dog-headed people because they were not intelligent. Su Lin let the dog-headed people out to let them develop on their own. If he kept interfering with the dog-headed people's development, he would easily be discovered by the evil god that they now believed in. Now, he let them develop on their own and only sent people to monitor them secretly. When the fruit was ripe, they would come and pick it. Horn led the dog-headed people to the north of northern Battlefront City in high spirits. They had night vision, so they could see well at night. The other monsters around northern Battlefront City had already been cleared, so the dog-headed people did not encounter any other wild beasts at night. However, as soon as they left northern Battlefront City, a ferocious wolf set its eyes on them. Ferocious wolves were a common ferocious beast in the northern wilderness. They were over 4 meters long and 1.7 to 2 meters tall. They usually hunted in pairs. As soon as they discovered the dog-headed people, they immediately attacked them. Facing such a ferocious beast, the dog-headed people did not even have weapons. The ferocious wolf easily rushed into their formation. After biting a few dog-headed people to death, it retreated with the corpses. The rest of the dog-headed people took the opportunity to run for their lives. Fortunately, the ferocious wolf did not continue to chase after them after finding food. After encountering the ferocious wolf, the dog-headed people did not encounter any other monsters for the rest of their journey. When the sky gradually brightened, the dog-headed people arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was shaped like a horn. The entrance was small, but the inside was big. There was also a pool of flowing water in the innermost part. There were also some statues and stone carvings not far from the pool. This valley was a ruin discovered by Su Lin. The area of the valley was not big, but it was the perfect place for the dog-headed people to nest. After being enslaved in northern Battlefront City for a long time, these dog-headed people had learned how to grow potatoes and other crops. Although they could not be compared to humans, it was not a problem for them to feed their small tribe. After arriving at the valley, Horn finally let out a sigh of relief. This was the God-given land that the god in his dream told him about. After arriving at the valley, all the dog-headed people quickly began to build under Horn's command. In order to let them develop more believers, Su Lin purposely drove the surrounding dog-headed people and goblins to this area. As the evil god's priest, Horn naturally absorbed these goblins and dog-headed people. At this rate, this tribe that believed in the evil god would rapidly grow. Chapter 431. The evil god known as the Heartless had lost a divine power clone to Su Lin last time. Not only did he lose a lot of divinity, but he also killed all his believers. Su Lin helped him develop more believers this time in order for him to descend again. Now, he had a few hundred kobold believers. Although the number was not high and the quality was poor, as long as they were given time to develop, it would not be long before the heartless evil god church grew stronger again. By then, a blood sacrifice would be enough to lure the evil god down. Then, my lord, I have sent people to keep an eye on them as you instructed, a drow said respectfully. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Pay attention to their movements and report to me at any time, Su Len said with a nod. Su Len stayed in Northtown City for 3 days before returning to San Filto City with Hathaway. This time, Hathaway came here to build an elemental pool and a teleportation portal in San Filto City. The elemental pool and the teleportation portal were not cheap. It would probably cost a few million kinnar to build. Fortunately, the kingdom's treasury in San Filto City had not been robbed. There were almost 1 million kinnar in it. In addition to the treasury, Su Len also plundered a lot of kinnar from the exterminated nobles. These nobles had a history of more than a dozen generations. They were all very rich. Their combined wealth was more than the royal family's wealth. Although some of it was used for the demolition and sanitation in San Filto City, there were still a few million kinnar left. It was just enough to build the elemental pool and the teleportation portal. After returning to San Filto City, Su Len and Hathaway found Phyllis. Although he had not been here for 3 days, the nobles in Su Len City were very obedient. Sullen's previous massacre had frightened them. Even if he was not here, the nobles would not dare to do anything. You mean you want to build a teleportation portal and an elemental pool here? Phyllis's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm going to build a teleportation portal between here and Northtown City, Su Len said with a nod. There are a lot of magic materials in the royal treasury. I'll open the treasury in a moment, Phyllis said. Su Len nodded. Although he had a kinnar, it was not easy to get the materials needed to build a teleportation portal with kinnar. It would be best if he could find it in the treasury. All right. A wizard came looking for you the day after you left. Phyllis suddenly remembered something. Wizard? Su Len and Hathaway were confused. He didn't have much interaction with wizards here. Phyllis nodded. They claimed to be from the Emerald Tower. Emerald Tower. Hathaway, do you know this Magus organization? Hathaway nodded and said, the Emerald Tower is a medium-sized wizard organization. There are 5 great wizards in it. If it weren't for the fact that there are no legendary wizards, they would have been classified as a large wizard organization. But this kind of wizard organization usually doesn't have too much contact with the secular world. What are they going to do with Su Len this time? I heard that when the first prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne, the first prince had the support of some wizards. But because of some unforeseen circumstances, the 3 princes went to heaven together. Could this Emerald Tower be a wizard organization that had contact with the first prince? Su Len suddenly said. That's possible. Hathaway nodded. But don't worry. If they want to cooperate, they can talk to them if they follow the rules. If they don't, I'll talk to them personally. Hathaway raised her head slightly and said with a proud face. As a legendary wizard, she had the power to say so. Did those wizards leave their contact information? Send someone to tell them that I'll meet with them in 2 days, Su Len said. The construction of San Filto City was going very smoothly. The city's sanitation was being renovated very quickly. Now, there was very little garbage in San Filto City. Most of the roads had been replaced with gravel roads or stone slabs. The old and dirty slums had also changed greatly. The original shacks were all demolished, and houses were rising from the ground. Other than these, Sullen's construction of the city's water supply system was also progressing. In order to ensure the water supply of the entire city, it was not enough to rely on just one water tower. Su Len divided the entire city into districts, and then built 1 or 2 water towers in each district to supply water. Su Len had already completed the blueprint and divided the districts. The water towers were already under construction. The water towers were made of iron armor and were in a triangular shape. When it was completed, a layer of stone would be wrapped around the tripod. At the top of the tower was an iron bucket with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 4 meters. The iron bucket was made of ordinary metal, but the metal had been treated with a special spell to become rust-proof. There was also a rune circle inside the water tower that would generate a whirlwind rune to draw water from the underground or the river to the tower. Other than these functions, the tower also needed to be engraved with a purification rune circle to purify the water before it could be drunk. In this way, each water tower would need to be connected to the elemental pool and be powered by the massive energy of the elemental pool. Other than these, the water pipes also needed to be treated with anti-rust treatment. Hathaway had made a kind of anti-rust paint before. As long as it was applied to the metal pipes, they would not rust. Other places could be left alone, but the palace needed to be installed as soon as possible. On the third day after Sullen's return, 2 wizards came to see Sullen. Sullen asked someone to bring them to the palace. "Hello, Your Majesty." A tall wizard bowed to Sullen. "Welcome to San Filto City." Sullen smiled. "Please have a seat." The 2 wizards sat down, and the leading wizard continued. "In less than 2 months, San Filto City has changed a lot from the last time I was here. I've traveled to many cities before, but most of them were filled with a foul smell. The roads were muddy, and there was garbage everywhere. It was completely different from the current San Filto City. Your governance is the best I've ever seen. This is nothing. If you've been to my territory, North Town City, you wouldn't be surprised." Sullen smiled. "I heard you supported His Highness before. I remember wizards don't interfere with the common world. Why did you break the rule this time?" The 2 wizards looked at each other and said, "We supported His Highness because of a deal." "All right." Sullen shrugged. "It was just an unspoken rule." "Then, may I know why the 2 of you want to see me?" The leader hesitated for a moment and said, "We would like to make a deal with His Majesty the King." "What kind of deal?" "Let's hear it." Sullen was interested. "It's simple. We can support you as the king and send wizards to protect you." The wizard nodded. "Sorry, I don't need any of that." Sullen shrugged and said, "I'm the king now. I don't need your support. As for protecting me, are you as strong as pleasure demons?" Edmund shook his head helplessly. Pleasure demons were legendary demons. It wasn't easy to kill them. Sullen could kill a pleasure demon single-handedly, which showed how powerful Sullen was. As for the wizards sent to protect Sullen, they weren't as strong as Sullen. It was hard to say who would be the one protecting whom. It seemed like their offer wasn't enough to move Sullen. "If you want to work with me, please show some sincerity," Sullen continued. Edmund hesitated and said, "We're going to work with you to develop a mine." "What mine?" Sullen furrowed his brows. "A silver mine." Edmund smiled mysteriously. "Just a silver mine?" Sullen frowned. A silver mine was expensive, but it wouldn't be enough for the wizards to ask for cooperation. They didn't want silver. They wanted another type of metal, mithril. Just at this moment, Sullen suddenly understood. A term popped up in Sullen's mind. There weren't many things that could make wizards lower themselves to work with them, and if they wanted a silver mine, they must have found mithril. For the sake of this extremely expensive and rare metal, there had even been a dwarf tribe that had been wiped out in history. Mithril might appear as an associated material of silver ore, and it was usually only found in worlds where the elemental tide had appeared. When the elemental tide appeared, precious minerals like mithril were more likely to be born. There was a 90% chance that mithril was present in that silver mine. Only such a huge profit could make those magi take the initiative to talk about cooperation. Mithril could only be found by chance. No one would complain about having too much mithril in their hands. However, as long as it appeared as an associated mine, there would be a lot of mithril in the mine. He was tempted. Mithril was an important material for the construction of floating cities. The floating city's incomparably expensive construction cost was largely due to the need for many extremely expensive and rare materials, and the core components of the floating city required a large amount of mithril. Although he also had mithril mines in the underground world, he wouldn't complain about having too much of it. The mining speed of mithril was very slow. Even an adept organization would need a lot of manpower and resources to mine a mithril mine, let alone a normal miner. It was basically impossible for wizard organizations to mine mithril in secret. Su Len wanted to build a floating city, so he needed a lot of mithril. Now that there was an associated mine with mithril, he wouldn't let it go. Mithril was an indispensable material for floating rings, anti-gravity devices, elemental drive devices, and so on. Chapter 432. When Edmund went out to look for magic materials, he found a silver mine with mithril. However, the silver mine had an owner. The owner was not an ordinary merchant or noble, but the Prince of Florence. Although wizards did not care much about the secular world, they still had to respect the royal family. So after some consideration, Edmund decided to talk to the prince and buy the silver mine from him. After talking to the prince for a while, the prince didn't have much of an opinion about selling the silver mine. However, he made a request that made Edmund hesitate. The prince wanted the wizard organization to support him in becoming the king. It was obviously against the rules for wizards to directly intervene in the affairs of the secular royal family. However, considering the importance of mithril, the Emerald Tower decided to agree to this matter after some discussion. They already knew the strength of the other prince. The two princes were similar in strength. As long as they supported the prince, he had a 90% chance of becoming the new king. To the sorcerers of the Emerald Tower, this could be said to be a piece of cake. However, things did not develop according to their plan. Unbeknownst to them, the issue of the succession of the throne had already been instigated by the demons behind the scenes. As a result, both princes were dead. A legendary-level demon was a very powerful enemy to the Emerald Tower. Even if it was due to the suppression of the plane, it was not something that anyone could deal with. Just as the Emerald Tower was fretting over how to deal with this demon, an even more powerful figure appeared and killed the demon directly, successfully ascending to the throne as the King of Florence. The series of changes were too fast. They did not have time to react at all. After all, their wizard organization had a parliamentary system. Every major decision needed to be discussed. In the end, Su Len had become the king just after they had made the decision. The silver mine that was previously discussed with the first prince directly became the property of the royal family. The mithril that was about to be in their hands was gone. As for using some tricks to seize it, the Emerald Tower did not dare to do so. After all, they were not confident in dealing with a powerful figure who could easily kill a legendary-level demon. However, they could not give up on the mithril. So after some discussion, the Emerald Tower decided to contact Su Len first to see if they could buy the silver mine that was associated with mithril. If it was not possible, they could also discuss cooperation. However, after talking, they found that His Majesty was not easy to deal with. He was too smart. Just from a few words, he seemed to have discovered something. Yes, a silver mine, Edmund said with difficulty. Most wizards were not good at negotiation, especially with nobles. They felt that it was a waste of time. They preferred to use their time on research and all kinds of experiments. Su Len shook his head. Wizard Edmund, I am negotiating with you with sincerity. However, you are hiding something. I hope you can be more honest. Sir Su Len, we are not lying to you. We really want a silver mine. Ha! Su Len chuckled and continued, silver mine? If it was just an ordinary silver mine, would you wizards be so interested in it? You don't care how much a silver mine is worth. Am I right, Sir Edmund? After hearing Sullen's words, Edmund did not speak. You want to buy silver, or? Silver itself doesn't have many uses in magic. It's usually used as a supplementary material. Even if you use it frequently, you can just buy a small amount every year. What you're interested in right now is a silver mine. What's so special about the silver mine? There are not many associated minerals in a silver mine. Let me think. What is it? Copper mine? White iron mine? Or silver mine? No, these are all associated minerals of low value. As Su Len read out the names one by one, Edmund's expression became more and more unpleasant. If it's not these, then it must be a mithril mine. Seeing Edmund's nervous expression, Su Len directly said the answer. At this moment, Edmund's expression changed drastically. After seeing the change in his expression, Su Len knew that he had guessed correctly. Looks like I guessed correctly. It is a silver mine with associated mithril. Su Lin said directly. Edmund and the other wizard were silent for a moment before saying, Sir Su Lin, since you already know, then you should know how important mithril is to us wizards. I hope you can cooperate with the Emerald Tower to develop this silver mine. Since the silver mine is in my territory, why should I share it with you? Su Lin chuckled. Sir Su Lin, mithril is not as easy to extract as you think. Edmund shook his head and said, Also, if you are willing to share this mithril mine with us, then you will gain our friendship. Su Lin knew how difficult it was to extract mithril. It was said that this metal was first extracted by the dwarves, but the dwarves' method of extracting mithril was very troublesome. The mithril mined in the underground world in Northern Town would take at least a week or more to extract, and the amount extracted was very limited. As for the mithril ores that were refined by wizards, the production and speed had indeed increased. However, only Hathaway and Alex knew how to refine mithril ores. It would take too long to extract mithril, and both of them had things to do. They couldn't spare a lot of time to extract mithril. At this moment, Hathaway walked out from the back of the palace. Su Lin, the things on this list are missing. We need to order them quickly. All right, I'll send someone to buy them later, Su Lin said with a smile. Are they your guests? Hathaway glanced at the two wizards and asked. Yes, they want to develop mithril with us. Su Lin nodded. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard about mithril. She immediately looked at Edmund and Alex. Mithril? You found a mithril mine? A powerful aura surged towards them, and the pressure on Edmund and Alex doubled. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, at this moment, they were sure that this extremely young witch in front of them was a legendary figure. They were shocked beyond words. Greetings, esteemed witch. We did find a mithril mine. Really? Hathaway looked at Su Lin. Su Lin nodded. That's great. It's a mithril mine. Calm down, Hathaway. The mithril mine is right there. It won't run away. Su Lin comforted her. He then pointed at the two wizards in front of him and said, Let me introduce you. These two are wizards from the Emerald Tower. This is Sir Edmund, and this is Sir Frank. This is my wife, the chief wizard of the Northwind Duchy and the Kingdom of Florence. Her name is Witch Hathaway. It's an honor to meet you, Witch Hathaway. After hearing Sullen's introduction, Edmund and Frank quickly bowed respectfully. Hathaway nodded slightly at the two. The two wizards were not dissatisfied with Hathaway's attitude. It was already good enough that a legendary wizard greeted them. It's not impossible for the Emerald Tower to develop the mithril mine with us. Su Lin smiled and continued, You'll be responsible for extracting the mithril, and I'll be responsible for sending people to mine it. In the end, I can make the decision and give you 10% of the mithril. Sir Su Lin, 10% is too little. The Emerald Tower can't agree to this. Edmund rejected Sullen's request immediately. 50%. We want 50% of the mithril. 50%? Do you want to eat sh*t? Su Lin rolled his eyes. Sir Edmund, you have to understand that the mithril mine is mine. You're only responsible for extracting the mithril. You're not the only ones who know how to extract mithril. Su Lin said coldly. Please correct your attitude. Otherwise, I can change my business partner at any time. Then we want 40%. Edmund said. 10%. That's it. Su Lin shook his head and refused. After that, Su Lin and Edmund bargained fiercely. In the end, both sides decided to split the mithril 80%. Su Lin would take 80%, and the Emerald Tower would take 20%. Other than extracting the mithril, the Emerald Tower also needed to send some people to be the spell consultants of the Kingdom of Florence. To put it nicely, they were spell consultants. In reality, they were a group of wizard workers who came here to assist Hathaway and perform all kinds of basic work in Hathaway's laboratory. The basic work of a legendary wizard's laboratory was very attractive to these wizards. Su Lin didn't have to spend much money at all. These wizards were all fighting for it. As far as they were concerned, if they could work as assistants in a legendary wizard's laboratory, they would be more than happy to be taught by a legendary wizard. Surin successfully recruited a group of wizard laborers at a price that was almost as cheap as cabbages. With these workers, many of the transformation plans in San Felto City could be carried out. With them, the construction of various runic matrices would also be easier, which would greatly reduce Hathaway's workload. Other than these benefits, Su Len and Hathaway agreed to participate in the Emerald Tower's academic exchange. At the same time, they could also buy various magic materials through the Emerald Tower. Even the Emerald Tower's spell knowledge could be exchanged for equivalent value. Of course, although they said that they wouldn't keep the precious spell knowledge, they would definitely keep some of it. Su Len and the others would do the same. Even so, they could still exchange for a lot of new spell knowledge. Chapter 433. After discussing the distribution agreement, the higher-ups began to discuss more details. The workshop to refine mithril had to be built in San Felto City. Anyone who entered the city would have to go through a strict ascension process. The reason for this was to prevent the wizards from embezzling the mithril during the refining process. The mithril mine that Edmund discovered wasn't far from San Felto City. It was about 50 kilometers to the southeast of San Felto City. It was a mountain range. Not only did it have a silver mine, but it also had iron, copper, and coal mines. It could be said that it was an important raw material base for San Felto City. There was a small town at the foot of the mountain. It had no name, but it was called Quarryton because it was at the foot of the mine. Now, in just a week, this small town had become overcrowded. A large number of miners came from San Felto City. These miners were originally residents of the slums. They were originally building the city, but Su Len specially transferred some of them to mine. Due to the blast furnace, the iron ore consumption in San Felto City had increased by several times. In order to increase the supply, they had to increase the iron ore production. Most of the miners were sent to the iron ore factory. Su Len and Edmund came to Quarryton together. The silver mine where they discovered mithril was also here. Silver and mithril seemed to have mutated due to the special environment and energy. The physical and chemical properties of mithril had changed dramatically. According to the research left behind by the Arcane Empire, mithril was the product of the mutation of the silver element in the Earth's crust. It usually only appeared in the world or plane where the elemental tide had occurred. The distribution of mithril was irregular and very rare, but it was distributed all over the continent. However, the content of mithril was very low. Only those who were lucky could find it. The most famous description of mithril was that it was as strong as a dragon's scale and as light as a feather. However, even though mithril was extremely strong, it was still half as heavy as iron. It was an exaggeration to say that it was as light as a feather. Mithril was only 1/3 as heavy as silver. The real value of mithril was its amazing ductility and magic conductivity. It would never fade after refining, and its physical properties were extremely stable. It was the metal with the highest magic conductivity among all the known metals and alloys. Magic runes made of mithril could be used for thousands of years without worrying about natural wear and tear. Once in the Arcane Empire, there was a mithril mail armor. This mail armor had a strong defensive power and was very light. Every buckle on this mail armor was engraved with runes. In addition to having a strong defensive power, it was also enchanted with many powerful spells. It was one of the few powerful armors that would not interfere with the wizard's spellcasting. This equipment could be said to be a godly item for those wizards, but using mithril to forge an armor was still a very extravagant act. Without considering its conductivity, the hardness of mithril was not the best among the many metals and alloys. Take adamantine for example. This type of metal had powerful defensive capabilities. Armor made from it would be very sturdy. Moreover, aside from its excellent physical defense, adamantine armor also had powerful magical defense. Adamantine armor could also be used to make weapons. Weapons made from adamantine armor were very sharp. They could directly ignore 20 points of defense, and ordinary heavy armor would be easily pierced. Its value was not much lower than that of mithril. Su Len brought many workers to Quarryton. After a day of rest, they went to the silver mine located in the mountains. This silver mine was only discovered in San Felto a few years ago. It was only considered an above-average mine in the Kingdom of Florence. Of course, Sulen did not care how much silver was produced here. After all, the price of 1 ounce of mithril could easily buy several tons of silver. Sulen looked at the silver mine in front of him. The surroundings of the silver mine were very simple. The whole mine was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. There was a row of simple and low houses next to it. The living conditions were very poor. On the other side of the wall was a luxurious 3-story villa. There were only 3 mines in the mine, and there were only about 200 miners. They were bone-thin slaves with expressionless faces. They looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. There were also a large number of strong guards patrolling around the mine. Sulen patrolled the mine expressionlessly. The manager of the mine followed him carefully. "Your Majesty, this silver mine can excavate about 10 tons of ore every day. After refining, we can obtain about 30 kilograms of silver." The manager of the silver mine, Hard, moved his rotund body with a fawning expression on his face. His rotund body was squeezed by the clothes on his body, causing people to worry that the buttons on his clothes would burst open in the next second. "Your Majesty, it's very windy outside. Why don't you wait in the office?" Sulen looked around the mine and nodded. "Okay, send someone to send over some of the ores from the silver mine." "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll send someone to do it right away." After sending Sulen and the others to the villa, Hard immediately sent someone to collect the silver ores. About 10 minutes later, a basket of silver ores was sent over. Sulen picked up a piece of silver ore. It was about 5 kilograms in weight. Its surface was gray, and it did not have the bright color of silver. It did not look very eye-catching at all. This was a normal phenomenon. Metals like silver would oxidize in the air. The silvery white silver was mostly freshly smelted. After a while, it would turn black. Most silver coins in circulation were made with other metals. Since pure silver was soft and didn't wear well, some copper would be added. For example, the ratio of silver to copper in the coins produced in North Town City was 8:2. 20% of a silver NR was copper, but the price of a silver coin was calculated according to 100% pure silver. The silver coins minted in Northern Town were very beautiful and heavy. They were very popular during trade, much more popular than the silver coins minted in the Kingdom of Florence. A silver coin minted in this way could earn at least 15% of the profit. That was why silver NR was a very profitable business. Apart from silver NR, Kinnar was also a very profitable business. Gold was softer than silver, so it was easier for it to be damaged in the process of circulation. Therefore, copper was also added into the minting process of Kinnar. The ratio was 85% and 15% respectively. It could be said that a mint was like a hen that laid golden eggs. Currently, the mint in Northern Town made more than 20,000 Kinnar in a month. The coining workshop in the Northern Town City used hydraulic coining machines to forge the coins. The forging speed was fast, the process was simple, and the cost was low. The silver NR pattern was clear and delicate, which was much more advanced than the technology used in Florence. Sulen had planned to set up a coining factory in San Felto City. There was nothing special about the silver ore in front of him. Sulen put it down after a simple inspection. He then continued to search for other silver ores. A basket full of silver ores weighed about 200 pounds. Sulen and Wizard Edmund began to inspect it. Soon, Sulen found an ore that was different from the others. It was a piece of ore slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the ore was also gray, but there were some small silvery blue particles on the surface. These particles reflected some light under the sunlight. Sulen nodded slightly and put the silver ore aside quietly. He then continued to search among the other ores. 200 kilograms of ores was not a lot. After about 15 minutes, all the ores had been checked. The two of them found 3 pieces of ores with silvery blue granules from the pile of ores. The total weight of these ores was only about 5 kilograms. These ores were naturally mithril ores, but the amount of mithril in them was pitifully small. This was basically the normal distribution of mithril ores. Legend had it that a single mithril vein was discovered in the era of the Arcane Empire, and the amount of mithril in it was unbelievable. Because mithril ores were very scattered and rare, it was possible to excavate all the mithril in such a silver mine, and the final amount of mithril ores would only weigh a few dozen pounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to steal mithril ores. After confirming that this silver mine was indeed associated with mithril ores, Su Len was relieved. Next, the whole silver mine was taken over by Sullen's men. For this mithril mine, Su Len deliberately transferred 30 soldiers from his private guards. These soldiers would be the guards of the silver mine. At the same time, the original manager of the silver mine was sent back to the prison in San Felto City for reform. Kane was reappointed as the manager of the silver mine. Next, the silver mine needed to be transformed. At least, the simple and primitive production method of carrying the ores on one's shoulders had to be more advanced. 2 rails would be laid in the mine to transport the ores. The passage would also need to be widened, and various easier to operate mechanical tools would be added. Originally, the workers in the mine were slaves. Their enthusiasm for work was very low, and the food was very poor. The work was also carried out under the beatings of the foreman. Of course, their work efficiency was pitifully low. Su Len naturally would not do that. He was going to use a method of quantitative production and set a minimum standard for everyone to collect ores every day. After the minimum standard was set, everyone would have food to eat. Of course, the food was better than before, but it was only enough to cover the basic consumption. There were also different levels above that. Once the number of ores collected reached a certain level, they would receive corresponding treatment. As long as they worked hard, they would have meat for every meal. In addition to these, Su Len also stipulated that as long as the workers worked in the mine for 3 years and collected a certain amount of ores during this period, they would be able to obtain the status of a free person and be rewarded with 10 silver nars. P.S. 2 more updates, please subscribe. Watch pirated versions. Audiobook can now earn money by watching advertisements. You don't have to spend money. Chapter 434. As for Sullen's reforms, the slaves in the mine were only slightly agitated, but they soon calmed down. On the other hand, the poor people who came with Su Len were all very happy. They were very convinced by Sullen's conditions. This was mainly due to Sullen's previous policies. These poor people were different from the slaves. They were paid according to the amount of silver ores they mined every day. Although the slaves were skeptical of Sullen's words, they became more energetic when the sumptuous meal was delivered in the afternoon. Next, Su Len ordered people to rebuild the miners' dormitory. The camp that was originally as simple as a shack was directly flattened. If he wanted the workers to work hard, he had to make sure they were paid well. Those who didn't talk about salary and only talked about sleeping together with you were completely acting like hooligans. As long as the salary were enough, it was not a problem. The ores collected in the mine would be sorted. The normal silver ores would be transported to the smelting factory according to the previous procedures. The silver ores with silver blue particles would be sent to San Felto City. Then, these mithril ores would be handed over to the wizards to be refined. The original manager of the silver mine, Hard, was reassigned to the silver mine as the production team leader after going through a round of ideological re-education in prison. Although this guy was a little greedy, Su Len had checked the previous production records. During the time he was the manager of the silver mine's output was at its peak. It was obvious that this guy had some standards. Su Len was currently lacking in all kinds of talents. Although Hard had many shortcomings, Su Len still decided to use him. After going through the ideological education in prison, Hard had obviously realized his mistake. The fact that his originally fat body had slimmed down twice in just a week was the best proof of this. It was also the first time Su Len knew that prison had a weight loss function. For the sake of Hard's health, Su Len had decided to let him experience it once every 3 months. Hard would surely be grateful if he knew that Su Len was so concerned about his health. Then, the matter was settled happily. After working with the Emerald Tower to develop the mithril mine, The construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal in San Filto City had also begun. The teleportation portal and the elemental pool required a large amount of magical materials. After working with the Emerald Tower, most of these materials could be obtained from the Emerald Tower. Of course, the Emerald Tower would not sell those precious magic materials. With the materials from the Emerald Tower and the help of the sorcerers, the construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal was completed very quickly. The smooth marble floor was very beautiful. In the middle of the hall, there was a pool with a diameter of about 6 meters and a depth of 1 meter. The pool was seamless, as if it was a hole. A large number of runes were engraved around the pool. This elemental pool was located on the nodes of the surrounding earth veins. The entire elemental pool was plated with a layer of thorium. Thorium was an alloy created by the Arcanists to replace mithril. It was mainly made from silver and other metals, and it was quite good at conducting magic. In the 4 directions of the elemental pool, a carving knife was rapidly inscribing runes. The sharp carving knife quickly slashed, and lines of intricate runic matrices appeared. It's finally done. Hathaway casually put away the carving knives, and then checked the runes that were carved out. She then returned to the workbench at the side and took out 4 magic gemstones that represented the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then she took out 4 pieces of blue-silver metal that were only the size of a thumb. It was mithril. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a blue elemental fire appeared on her palm out of thin air. She used the elemental fire to melt a piece of mithril, and then used the sorcerer's hand to control the melted mithril to the top of the elemental pool that was just carved out. She softly chanted a spell, and the melted mithril solution began to slowly fly up and turned into silver threads thinner than a strand of hair. They fell little by little into the elemental pool. The requirements of this process had reached the level of microns. The blue-silver mithril was quickly integrated into the runes, and the deviation could not be more than 10 microns. Under the control of Hathaway's powerful power of the will, the mithril perfectly drew the complex elemental array. Next, she used the same method to draw the remaining 3 elemental arrays. The cost of building such a medium-sized elemental pool was about 300,000 to 500,000 kinar. Ruby, topaz, sapphire, and emerald. The 4 magic gemstones were carved into 12-faced crystals, respectively replacing the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, they were integrated into the 4 runic arrays of the elemental pool. Hathaway stood on the edge of the elemental pool and snapped her fingers. A magic light flashed, and then a powerful magic energy instantly gushed out of Hathaway's body and entered the 4 runic arrays in the elemental pool. The runic arrays were activated at this moment, and the 4 runic arrays emitted a dazzling light. Powerful elemental fluctuations appeared in an instant, and the entire elemental pool rose up at this moment. Gotcha! There was a sound like an eggshell cracking. Then, a crack appeared in the space above the 4 runic matrices. Through these cracks, one could clearly see what was behind the cracks. There was a boundless sea of fire, a thick yellow land, an abyss-like ocean, and a howling wind in the sky. After these cracks appeared, they began to gradually stabilize. Rays of light constantly flashed, and a large number of runes appeared around the cracks, enveloping the 4 cracks. As the runes gradually disappeared, the 4 cracks became illusory like phantoms. Then, a ray of light flashed, and strands of elemental energy slowly flowed into the elemental pool from the 4 cracks. After these elemental energies mixed in the elemental pool, a drop of dark blue elemental water appeared in the elemental pool. With the appearance of the first drop of elemental water, more and more elemental water continued to pour in, and soon covered the entire pool. As the light dissipated, the 4 cracks gradually disappeared into the elemental pool. These cracks were the elemental channels connecting the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes were the oldest planes in the multiverse, and they were also the foundation of all material planes. They were constantly spreading elemental energy to the multiverse. The elemental pool was connected to the 4 elemental planes to quickly gather elemental energy. The elemental pool in front of her had a standard elemental energy of 300,000. It was a medium-sized elemental pool. Although it couldn't be compared to the elemental pool in Northwind Tower, it was enough for San Filto City. Maintaining a small team of low-grade stone golems, 12 stone golems, required about 5,000 elemental energy. 300,000 elemental energy could support the consumption of a high-grade stone golem army. It was easy to use it to support the long-distance teleportation circle and the operation of some magic facilities. After the elemental pool was completed, Phyllis began the construction of the teleportation circle. Su Luan stayed in the silver mine for 3 days and then returned to San Filto City. During this time, San Filto City had been busy with construction. All the roads in the city had been repaired, and the sanitary situation had changed dramatically. There was no garbage on the streets, nor was there feces all over the ground like before. The slums had also been demolished and turned into a busy construction site. Riding lightly, Su Luan didn't return to Yunwu City directly with a dozen attendants. Instead, he wandered around the city and then went back. During the time when Su Luan was away, Phyllis had been in charge of government affairs. Now it seemed that she did a good job. "Su Luan, you're back." Phyllis's figure quickly appeared. She was dressed like a queen and should have just finished discussing matters with the ministers. "You've done a good job." Su Luan hugged Phyllis directly and then kissed her on the face. Phyllis's delicate face instantly turned red. She whispered, "Let go of me. There are other people here. It's daytime." Su Luan was slightly stunned. He then kissed her left cheek and whispered in her ear, "What are you thinking? I'm not that impatient." Hearing Sullen's words, Phyllis's face turned red. She bit his shoulder hard with her silver teeth and then snorted coldly. She ignored him. Su Luan rubbed his shoulder with a bitter face and then pulled Phyllis back to the palace. "Did the Emerald Tower's magi behave strangely?" Su Luan asked. Hearing Su Luan asking about serious matters, Phyllis didn't show any expression and directly replied, "The Emerald Tower's magi are following Sister Hathaway. Some of them are enchantment on the water pipes and the water tower reservoir. Many of them are following Sister Hathaway to engrave runes. Seems like they're quite obedient." Su Luan nodded. "All right, the elemental pool has been built. Sister Hathaway said that it's a waste to only use the elemental pool to support the operation of the teleportation portal. She wants to build a Magus Tower here." Su Luan frowned. "The cost of building a Magus Tower is too high. We've been spending money like water recently. The treasury can even run horses." Su Luan frowned. Of course, he knew the purpose of a Magus Tower. However, the scale of the business now was too big, and the funds were a little tight. It would be very difficult to build a Magus Tower. "It's not a Magus Tower like the one in the northern city. It's a small Magus Tower," Phyllis said. The construction cost of the northern town's Adepts Tower alone was several million gold nars. The total cost of the whole thing was over 10 million gold nars. If it weren't for the supply of magic materials from the secret plane and the underground world, Northern Town would have gone bankrupt on the spot. Of course, this was for a large Magus Tower. The cost of a small Magus Tower was much lower. Many magi built a small Magus Tower after becoming a great Magus. The tower was no more than 30 meters tall, and the cost was about 1 million kinar. After all, not all magi had the support of a financial backer like Su Luan. Chapter 435. There were 3 types of wizard towers, the largest of which was the kind built in North City. In the era of the Arcane Empire, this kind of large wizard tower was usually used as the control center of the floating space city. That was to say, this kind of wizard tower was usually upgraded into a floating space city. Of course, because now, the technology of building the floating space city had long disappeared in the dust of history. Perhaps there were still some floating space cities in some remote corners of the multiverse. After all, the Arcane Empire was not completely wiped out in the war. The Arcane Empire was an empire in name, but in fact, it was a bit like a city-state autonomy. Each floating space city was an Arcanist organization. The great Arcanists in this Arcanist organization were their leaders and decision-makers, responsible for managing the affairs of the floating space city. all the floating space cities united to form the Arcane Empire. Of course, the Empire's binding force was not strong. Under normal circumstances, the floating space cities that were close to each other would jointly explore the Bitwall. Of course, there were also floating space cities that explored and conquered the Bitwall alone. When the war with the gods began, the Arcane Empire did not pay attention in the early stage. Many people were indifferent. When the Arcane Empire united in the middle stage, they began to retreat. Otherwise, the war was estimated to be more tragic, and it was not certain who would win and who would lose. Although this kind of top wizard tower could not be upgraded into a floating space city, the equipment was still powerful. Usually, only those large wizard organizations would build it and then use this kind of wizard tower as the main tower of the academy. The second kind of wizard tower was about 60 meters high. It was usually the residence of legendary wizards. The cost of this kind of wizard tower was not low. It was usually 5 million kinar. Of course, there were also rich wizards who would spend more. In this kind of wizard tower, there was usually an army of golems guarding it. A wizard tower was equivalent to an army. The last type of sorcerer tower was the small sorcerer tower. Usually, it was occupied by spellcasters of the great wizard level, and the cost of construction was around 1 million gold nars. However, although it was much smaller, it still had all the essentials. This kind of wizard tower was also the most common among the major wizard organizations. Hearing that Phyllis wanted to build this kind of wizard tower, Su Len thought about it and agreed. After all, in the future, there would definitely be adepts stationed in San Filto City all year round, and there would be a adept tower that could satisfy their research needs. After Su Len had rested for a few days in San Filto City, Hathaway had also completed the construction of the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle had cost more than 1 million kinar. It could connect to North Town City and could teleport 30 people at once. If the elemental pool was full of energy, it could teleport about 60 times. Of course, if it was North Town, it would be even more frequent. After all, the elemental pool in North Town had much more energy than the elemental pool here. After the construction of the teleportation portal was completed, the wizards of the Emerald Tower also invited Su Len and Hathaway for a spell exchange. Of course, they wanted to invite Hathaway. After all, a legendary which had too much knowledge. Su Len was still very curious about the Emerald Tower, so after receiving the invitation he brought a few barbarian raiders and Hathaway to the Emerald Tower for the exchange. The Emerald Tower was located in the southwest of San Filto City on the Thorny Wilderness. It was about 500 kilometers away from San Filto City. The Thorny Wilderness could be said to be vast but sparsely populated. In ancient times, the Thorny Wilderness was also a battlefield. The aftermath of the battle had caused the land here to be barren, but the elemental energy here was very rich. There were also many magical creatures living in the wilderness, and some mutated plants due to the radiation of magic. For ordinary people, this land was completely dangerous. There was no chance of survival if they entered, but for wizards, it was a treasure land. The elemental energy here was abundant, and it was suitable for wizards to meditate. There were many mutated plants, and it was also suitable for growing all kinds of magic plants. Because of the radiation of magic, there were many magical creatures living here, which also provided them with a lot of magic materials and test subjects. I have to make a flying tool in the future. Su Len looked at the white clouds floating by outside the window. Through the window, he could see the mountains under his feet. He was very envious of this airship. He was now on the transport airship of the Emerald Tower. The airship was more than 100 meters long. It was more than 40 meters wide and had 5 floors. There were more than 200 rooms of different sizes, and it could fly at 300 kilometers per hour in the air. Hathaway speculated that the airship's working principle should be the levitation magic circle, and the energy source should be energy crystals. These crystals were made of magic crystals that had been specially processed. It could store a large amount of elemental energy and then slowly release it like a battery. After the energy was depleted, it could be used again by sending it to the elemental pool to be recharged. It could be said that it was very convenient. Although the airship was made of wood, the wood was all enchanted with hardening spells. Its hardness was not inferior to steel, but it was much lighter than steel. This was one of the reasons why the airship could be built so big. As for the combat ability of this airship, Su-Lin didn't know because they didn't show it, but it shouldn't be weak. There was plenty of food on the airship. There was also a restaurant on the airship and even an entertainment room to pass the time. Such an airship was far superior in all aspects except for its speed that couldn't be compared to the planes in his previous life. Although he had the Pegasus that could gallop in the air, this kind of airship was a very good tool for transporting troops or supplies. Even if it wasn't used for military purposes, it was much more comfortable than riding the Pegasus. After arriving at the thorny wilderness, Su-Lin found that the environment here was very harsh. There were many fierce wolves in the wilderness, saber-toothed tigers, and even some velociraptors. There were giant elephants, raging bulls, stone-claw beasts, and so on. The level of danger was very high. After about 2 hours on the airship, Su-Lin and the others arrived at the Emerald Tower in the thorny wilderness. Although it was called the Emerald Tower, this place could almost be called a city. After passing through the illusion barrier used by the sorcerers to hide, a town appeared in front of them. The most eye-catching thing was the large sorcerer tower in the middle of the city, which was at least 100 meters tall. The city walls were built with large amounts of obsidian on all sides. A winding moat flowed. In the city, other than the tall wizard tower, there were 6 or 7 wizard towers that were more than 60 meters tall. The buildings around the wizard tower were built in an orderly manner. The closer they were to the outside, the messier the buildings were. The outermost area should be the area where the ordinary people lived. These ordinary people were basically the slaves of the wizards. They planted food for the wizards and provided all kinds of supplies. Of course, if their descendants had the potential to become wizards, they would also be taken in by the Emerald Tower. This is our city, the Emerald City. This city has a population of 80,000. It has a history of 2,000 years. It was built by the first master of the Emerald Tower. Then, it was continuously expanded over the next few hundred years. The tallest wizard tower in the city is the Emerald Tower. It's also the most powerful wizard tower in the entire kingdom of Florence. Edmund said proudly. Su-Lin pursed his lips and did not say anything. It was indeed the strongest now, but when the Northern Wind Tower was completed, Edmund would become the second strongest. As the airship approached, everyone saw many stone carvings on the city walls. There were gargoyles and warriors holding weapons. The entire body was made of obsidian. It seemed to be a kind of construct life. That's the greatest building of the Emerald Tower, the Emerald Heart Library, Edmund said. There are hundreds of thousands of books in this library. A lot of precious knowledge is stored in it. The first floor is free. Everyone can enter and check it out. The second floor is only accessible to wizards. Okay, we're almost there. As Edmund's voice fell, the airship began to slowly descend. Finally, the airship stopped in the middle of a spacious field. Su-Lin and Hathaway got off the airship with a few servants. The group looked around curiously. Su-Lin saw many obsidian statues around the field. Other than gargoyles, there were also humanoid statues. They were very similar to the gargoyles in the northern city. They should be battle puppets. After they got off the airship, Su-Lin saw some wizards looking at them from a distance. Those are wizards from the School of Evocation. A bunch of bad-tempered guys. See those buildings with green leaves? Those are wizards who study plant spells. They're good at growing all kinds of potions. Many of them are master potioneers. Of course, if anyone thinks they're weak, they'll be in big trouble. Edmund then introduced a few other schools of wizards. Su-Lin was very interested in these schools. Under Edmund's lead, Su-Lin and the group came to a house. This is where you'll be staying. It's a little shabby, so please forgive me. The servants in the hut next to it are in charge of your food and lodging. If you need anything, just let them know. If they can't make the decision, they'll report it to us. You're a little tired today, so you can take a rest. Of course, if you're interested, you can also walk around the city. But please remember that you have to follow the rules of the Emerald City. Edmund went back to report after he was done. Su-Lin and Hathaway didn't stay in the room. The Emerald City covered a large area. It had a completely different style from San Felto City. Su Lin and Hathaway planned to walk around the city. They were also interested in the Emerald Heart Library. If there were hundreds of thousands of books in there must be a lot of knowledge that Su Lin and the others didn't know. The two wandered around the streets for a while and headed towards the library. Chapter 436. Su Lin and the others soon arrived at the Emerald Heart Library. Only after a closer look did they realize how majestic the library was. The huge dome was made of pure white marble and looked magnificent. When they came to the gate of the library, many people were coming in and out. It seemed that the flow of people was good. Su Lin and others went straight up the steps to the library. Before they could enter the library, a man dressed as a wizard stepped forward and stopped them. "Stop, you can't enter." "Why can't we enter if others can?" Su Lin was a little confused. He pointed at the people around him. The wizard chuckled and said, "They are all residents of the Emerald City. Of course, they have the right to enter the library. You barbarians don't." "We are barbarians?" Su Lin was stunned. The expressions of the barbarians and marauders behind him instantly turned cold. "Are there other barbarians here?" The wizard made an exaggerated expression of looking around. There was a burst of laughter. "Sorry, I was wrong. This beautiful witch is not a barbarian." As he spoke, the wizard walked to Hathaway's side and performed a noble's etiquette. "Beautiful witch, standing with these barbarians will affect your elegance. Please stay away from me. The rotten smell on your body is disgusting. I'm suffocating." Hathaway raised her eyebrows and said with disdain. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway had long been able to hide the elemental waves around her body. In order to make it easier for her to move around, she would hide her elemental waves. Now, Hathaway looked like a beautiful ordinary witch. Su Lin stepped forward subconsciously and used his body to shield Hathaway. The two barbarians behind him also stepped forward and looked at the wizard coldly. No matter when, it was not Sullen's character to not fight back after being provoked. Moreover, this guy actually dared to try to steal his witch in front of him. If they were not in the Emerald Tower, Su Lin would have ordered people to kill him. To be honest, how long had it been since someone dared to provoke him? This was the first time someone had done so since he had become a legend. "What did you say?" The adept's expression turned extremely ugly. Mana surged around his body, as if he was about to attack at any moment. Hathaway was about to speak, but she was stopped by Su Lin. How could he let his woman do it? Su Lin gave her a look that said, "I'll take care of everything," and then said to the wizard, "What's wrong? You want to fight? Sure, come, I'll only use one hand." Su Lin had not been active for a while, and this was the first time he had fought a human wizard. Now that someone was asking for a beating, he would not let go of this opportunity. Peepa! The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. The adept raised his arm and clenched his fist. A magic staff with powerful thunder and lightning energy appeared in his hand. As soon as the magic staff appeared, thunder and lightning energy overflowed from the top of the magic staff, and tiny thunder snakes swam around in the air. The magic staff did not seem to have anything special about it. The only reason it had such power was because of the fist-sized thunder crystal at the top of the magic staff. After the middle-aged man took out the magic staff, the elemental waves around his body increased rapidly. The people who were watching the show quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected if they were a step too late. "Looks like you want to fight too? Very well. I'll teach you barbarians a good lesson today." The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense, but those who were watching the show were very excited. They were completely unafraid of things blowing up. "Stop!" Just as both parties were about to fight, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by a figure rushing over. "Pain, this is a VIP invited by the Emerald Tower. Don't be rude, or else Lord Alfred won't forgive you." "Quickly," Edmund said to Payne as he came to the two of them. Before he could finish, the wizard named Payne directly interrupted him and pointed at him with the magic staff in his hand. "Don't use the Tower Master to pressure me. I must teach them a lesson today, or I won't be able to take it lying down. You stay aside, or I'll beat you up too. You. Edmund's face turned red. As a grade 3 wizard, he was at the same level as Pain, but because of the school, his combat power was not as good as Pain's. In addition, the thunder crystal on Pain's magic staff was nurtured by a grade 4 thunderbird. In Pain's hands, even a grade 4 wizard might not be his match. In the Emerald Tower, other than the few tower masters and deputy tower masters, his strength could be said to be the strongest. It was also because of this that he could be so arrogant in the Emerald Tower. But why was he here today? Edmund, looks like he's not giving you any face. You'd better step aside and let us play with him. Sullen's mocking voice sounded from the side. Didn't you say we're barbarians? Look at the few of us. Which one do you think you can beat? Don't hesitate to pick. There were more and more people around to watch the show. No matter which country it was human nature to like watching drama. Sullen's voice sounded and instantly drew the aggro. Sure enough, every close combat profession was good at taunting. Drawing aggro was a profession, and they were born with taunting aura. The middle-aged wizard called Pain's face turned green, and his expression became more and more furious. He looked at Su Len with eyes that were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, then Su Len would have died a long time ago. Feeling that the situation was out of control and that a conflict was inevitable, Edmund sighed in his heart. He looked at Pain with eyes full of sympathy, then said, "Fighting is prohibited in the city. If you want to fight, then go to the training ground." "Okay, then let's go to the training ground. Do you dare?" Pain suppressed his anger and looked at Su Len and the others provocatively. "Since you're so eager to be beaten up, why should I refuse?" Su Len said expressionlessly. Some people would not know the immensity of heaven and earth if they were not taught a lesson. Moreover, since they came to the Emerald Tower this time, they had to show off their strength no matter what. Su Len was now suspecting that this wizard in front of him was specially arranged to test Su Len. But since that was the case, then he might as well show off his strength and sit down to talk. The training ground was not far from here. It only took them 10 minutes to get there. However, in just 10 minutes, the news of the battle between the two sides had spread like wildfire. A large number of people came to the training ground to watch the battle. When Su Len and the others arrived, there were already thousands of people gathered there. Soon, Su Len and the others, including Wizard Pain, arrived at the training ground. Su Len looked at him and said, "Now, we can fight here. You can choose any one of us." Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Wizard Pain. At that moment, his face turned green. Sullen's behavior was undoubtedly telling him that even the weakest person in this group was stronger than him. This made Pain feel like Su Len was humiliating him. Many wizards on the training ground were looking at him. Obviously, they were very interested in this battle. As for Su Len and the others who came from afar, they did not really welcome them. Maybe they just wanted to show him who was the boss. At that moment, Wizard Pain's expression was a bit awkward. There were 4 people on the other side. First of all, he was sure that he could not choose that witch. Her strength was average, and she was also a witch. If he chose her as his opponent, even if he won, he would lose all his face. By that time, the whole Wizard Academy would laugh at him. Apart from the witch, the 2 barbarians didn't seem easy to deal with either. They were over 2 meters tall and gave off an oppressive aura. He also saw the complex inscriptions on their bodies. Although he didn't know what the inscriptions were for, the magic power they contained wasn't weak at all. It seemed like the easiest one to bully was Su Len. Although he looked strong, he was much weaker than the 2 barbarians. Also, he did not have those mysterious runes on his body. Although his body had mana waves, it was much weaker than Abel's. Also, he seemed to be the one with the highest status in this team. The 2 barbarians had been guarding him all this time. This meant that his strength was not that strong, but his status was very high. No need to choose. You are the one. Weren't you very happy just now? This time, I will teach you a lesson. After Pain calculated the pros and cons in his mind, he immediately made up his mind. The situation on Sullen's side became a bit strange. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Wizard Pain with sympathy. Pain was still very strong. If he didn't choose Su Len or Hathaway, Either of the two barbarians would have to put in a lot of effort to win against Pain. However, Pain had chosen Su Lin. It was obvious that Wizard Pain was a wizard who specialized in the element of lightning. Su Lin was most familiar with the element of lightning, not to mention that he also had the lightning domain. Lightning attacks might be hard to deal with for others, but for Su Lin, it was just a piece of cake. Hathaway winked at Su Lin and whispered, "This is going to be interesting." This idiot chose Su Lin. He probably doesn't know that Su Lin has mastered the lightning domain. When the time comes, his strongest attack will be useless against Su Lin. I can't wait to see his face. Su Lin had a serious expression on his face. He then said happily, "Hathaway, you have learned bad things." As for Wizard Pain, Su Lin didn't even put him in his eyes. A wizard who had not even touched the edge of legendary might not be able to break through his defense. Chapter 437. Just when Su Lin and Hathaway were whispering to each other, Wizard Pine urged, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you going back on your words?" Su Lin shrugged and went up to the stage. Since someone was asking for a beating, Su Lin had to fulfill his request. Both sides stood in the middle of the stage. Su Lin nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." "You want me to make the first move?" Seeing Sullen's posture, Pine said in surprise. Su Lin nodded, "Go ahead, or you won't have the chance to do it." Fine. If that's the case, don't regret it," Pine said while gritting his teeth. After he finished speaking, the thunder scepter in Wizard Pine's hand suddenly shone brightly. Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body, and a strong wave of elemental energy appeared in the middle of the training ground. The faces of the wizards around the stage changed. Although Wizard Pine was arrogant in the Emerald Tower, and a lot of people hated him, his power was still there for everyone to see. Right now, Wizard Pine was going to go all out and kill that person directly. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a black cloud appeared in the sky. A large amount of lightning was constantly churning within the black cloud, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. The entire training ground was completely enveloped by the black cloud. The churning thundercloud gave people a feeling that the end of the world was coming. Berserk Thunder Spell? The wizards on the stage changed their faces. I didn't expect Pine to be this powerful already. Another wizard couldn't help but say. Right now, he's only one step away from becoming a rank 4 wizard. It's the Wild Thunder Spell. That kid on the other side is in trouble. Will Pain electrocute him into charcoal? A slightly mocking voice came from the high platform, and a pretentious and hypocritical expression appeared on his face. This is your strongest attack? Su Lin raised his head and looked at the thunder cloud in the sky. Interesting. Su Lin could easily cast a lightning attack of this level. It would be very difficult for this kind of power to hurt him. It was basically charging him up. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. After I attack, I won't be able to stop even if I want to admit defeat. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. Pine continued. Cut the crap. Hurry up, I still want to eat. Su Lin waved his hand and said with a hurry up expression. All right, if you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Thunder Spell. Boom. Numerous thunderbolts instantly struck down from midair. A dazzling thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the whole training ground. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt struck Su Lin hard. The thunderbolt did not dissipate, and then the sky was filled with thunderclouds. Before the first thunderbolt dissipated, another thunderbolt struck down. The powerful thunderbolt made people tremble with fear, and the whole training ground was awed by the power of the thunderbolt. Boom! Thunderbolts kept striking down. After 5 consecutive thunderbolts hit Su Lin, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. As a training ground, the ground here was specially reinforced. Even so, it was damaged by the continuous thunderbolts just now. Burp! At this moment, a sound came from the lightning. In the next second, all the lightning disappeared. Su Lin appeared on the high platform of the training ground, unharmed. He even burped. Chocolate flavor. Not bad. Su Lin stretched and said, At this time, there were still a lot of lightning jumping around his body, but soon they disappeared into his body. His body did not suffer any harm, and even his clothes were intact. The adepts in the stands were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the training ground. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He's fine? That's it? Seeing the lightning disappear, Su Lin glanced at him. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn. Lightning exploded on Sullen's body, and he appeared in front of Pain in an instant. He then punched out. His fist was filled with powerful lightning energy, and it smashed towards Pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Rays of light flashed, and 3 to 4 protective spells appeared on Pain's body. However, as soon as these protective spells appeared, they were hit by Sullen's lightning fist. These protective spells were like balloons, and they broke one by one under Sullen's attack. These protective spells did not even last for a second. Sullen's fist landed directly on Pain's chest. Wizard Pain was sent flying, and there was a clear fist mark on his chest. Boom! Pain's body crashed to the ground. He did not even make a sound before he fainted. Su Lin had shown mercy this time. Otherwise, with his strength as an advanced legend, he could have easily killed Pain with one punch. The whole training ground quieted down. After about 3 seconds, the stands were in an uproar. All the wizards looked at Su Lin in shock, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Su Lin. Is there anyone else who wants to come down and spar with me? Su Lin stood on the platform and looked around. As his gaze swept across, everyone could not help but lower their heads. They did not dare to look him in the eyes. The noisy training ground suddenly became silent. Or, do you want to spar with my wife or my 2 guards? What a disappointment. No one in the stands dared to reply. Su Lin curled his lips, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. There's not even a single worthy opponent. Sorry, I'm not targeting any of you. What I'm trying to say is that everyone here is trash. Su Lin waved his sleeves and patted the non-existent dust away. He then turned around and left the platform. All the wizards in the training ground looked at Su Lin with fear in their eyes. Under the respectful gazes of these wizards, Su Lin left with Hathaway and the 2 barbarian wizards. After such a show of strength, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After Su Lin and Hathaway left the training ground, they continued to go to the library. Although there were some small conflicts between them, there was no difference in knowledge. He would not give up just because of the wizard just now. After entering the library, Su Lin and Hathaway began to look through the materials separately. Both of them had the talent of sage and retentive memory, so they could memorize knowledge very quickly. The Emerald Tower had existed for at least 2,000 years, and the knowledge it had collected was very rich. The first floor of the library had the most books, but there were not many books about sorcerers' spells or knowledge. However, the collection of books in other aspects was very rich. For example, the books in the library clearly and orderly recorded the changes in the continent over the past thousands of years, the replacement of dynasties. In addition to these, there were also records of the development and changes of other wizard organizations. Of course, there were basically no confidential things, and they were all superficial things. Su Lin also found some information about the end of the First Era. The ancient elf empire collapsed, and the continent entered the era of the Witch Kings. Not long after that, the Arcane Empire rose. Although the era of the Witch Kings was short, it was also the most barbaric and dark era. There were endless blood sacrifices until the arrival of the Arcanists, which completely ended this era. It was said that many evil creatures, evil gods, and evil spirits grew rapidly during this period. Even the Witch Kings went through some evil rituals to become more powerful, but in the end, they went crazy and became evil creatures. Su Lin only knew some of this knowledge before, but there was a fairly complete record here. If the knowledge was digitized, then after this study, Sullen's knowledge directly rose by 15 levels. Although this knowledge seemed useless, it would be useful in many ruins. After all, if it was the ruins of the ancient Witch Kings, the difficulty would increase several times without this knowledge. In addition to this knowledge, Su Lin also found a lot of other knowledge, such as farming, breeding, making tools, and so on. These were not useful to wizards, but they were very important to a kingdom. There were hundreds of thousands of books on the first floor of the library, many of which recorded the customs of various places, the geography of mountains and rivers, and even some songs written by bards. Sulin even found some novels in it. What surprised him most was that there were so beautiful mountains and rivers, countess, city gate officer Cheen, knight Abing, and so on. Most of the books here were useless to Sulin. Among the hundreds of thousands of books, there might only be thousands of books that were really useful or even fewer. After all, Sulin and Hathaway had a lot of knowledge. From the second floor of the library, there were very few books, but the quality of the books was several levels higher. The books here were all related to wizards, all kinds of magic materials, spell theory, and knowledge. There were even fewer books on the third floor of the library, only about thousands of books. There were many books stored in this large library, but there was basically no real core knowledge, such as spell models and meditation methods. These were the most important things of a wizard school, so naturally, they would not be taken out. However, Sulin's goal was not these. Moreover, even if there was no important knowledge here, it could still be exchanged in the next exchange of knowledge. Sulin and Hathaway had a lot of precious knowledge, many of which could be exchanged, such as the construction of secret realms, the technology of legendary golems, the technology of space folding, and so on. In addition to these, Sulin had the technology of mageweth tattoos, the advanced technology of mageweth tattoos, and the technology of elemental fission and elemental furnace. However, if one wanted to get this knowledge, they would have to pay enough, such as the construction technology of floating cities. Chapter 438. After returning to their residence at night, Sulin still felt a little dizzy. After all, he had read so many books in such a short period of time. Even if he had the talent of sage, it was still a little overwhelming. He was now very envious of the transmigrators who had the scanning function of the chip. No matter how much knowledge there was, as long as they scanned it, they would remember it all. No matter how complicated the spell model was, as long as they scanned it, they would be able to grasp it directly. They could even optimize and improve it. It was simply too powerful. In addition to these functions, they could also optimize meditation techniques and improve deductions. They were completely like a human superbrain. Hathaway, how much have you memorized? Sulin rubbed his temples and looked at Hathaway. Hathaway still looked intellectual and quiet. She had a small magic gold-rimmed spectacle on the bridge of her nose. Her slender fingers were casually directing a quill to record something. The pair of peaks in front of her chest lifted the notebook easily. Seeing this, Sulin's heart was burning. It's okay. I've memorized all the knowledge that we don't have, Hathaway said casually. Sure enough, everyone's physique was different. There was also a difference between talents. For example, if you and the top student both scored 100 points in an exam, it was not because you were as good as the top student. It was because you had worked hard to get 100 points. The top student got 100 points because the exam paper only had 100 points. How's the quality of the knowledge? Sulin asked. The information he read today was okay, but it was not the kind that made his eyes light up. Hathaway snapped her fingers and closed the notebook. Then she set up a magic barrier around them, enveloping the two of them in it. She then said, Today, I found a hidden special space on the third floor of the library. It should be where the powerhouses of the Emerald Tower hid in the past. In the end, those juniors of the Emerald Tower did not find it, but I accidentally found it. Hearing Hathaway's words, Sulin was also stunned. You're so lucky? What's stored in it? The technology of the mana particle rail cannon. What? Sulin could not help but exclaim. His body rushed directly to Hathaway's side. Is what you said true? Did you really get the particle cannon technology? Sulin couldn't help but be excited. This thing could be said to be a weapon of mass destruction. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the magic particle railgun might not be the most powerful offensive weapon, but in this era, it was the trump card of the trump card. Until now, only a few large wizard organizations had inherited this technology. Only when a wizard tower was equipped with a particle cannon could it be considered a true wizard tower. A wizard tower without such a weapon would at best be a wizard's laboratory. With such a weapon, it would become a war fortress. The wizard tower in Northern Town City did not have a particle cannon installed. Therefore, it did not have any defensive capabilities. It was not a threat to powerful enemies. If there was a particle cannon, even an old dragon or an ancient dragon could be killed in one shot. The magic energy particle railgun was powerful, fast, and had many other characteristics. However, it also had many weaknesses. For example, it couldn't attack across dimensions. It could only attack in a straight line and consumed a lot of energy. Of course, for Su Lin, these shortcomings were completely tolerable. Listen to what I have to say. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued, I didn't get the complete information, only a part of it. A part? Su Lin was a little disappointed. But Hathaway deliberately dragged out her tone. But what? Su Lin immediately asked. But there is still the theoretical design of the magic energy particle railgun. Hathaway said proudly, as long as I have some time to study, I am 80% sure that I will be able to derive the complete information of the magic energy particle railgun. Thank you for your hard work. I will reward you when we go back. Su Lin said excitedly. The spellcasting exchange was held on the third day after Su Lin and the others arrived. The exchange was held at the Tower of Wisdom, a 60-meter-high wizard tower next to the Emerald Tower. When Su Lin and Hathaway arrived, there were already many people waiting there. Welcome. I am the master of the Emerald Tower, Alfred, a middle-aged wizard on the high platform said, and the entire Tower of Wisdom instantly quieted down. We can speak freely at this spellcasting exchange. The purpose is to explore and gain more knowledge. In the next 3 days, Su Lin and Hathaway had been exchanging knowledge at the exchange. It had to be said that although the exchange would not bring out too much high-end knowledge, there were many times when some of the ideas of the other wizards would be unexpectedly enlightening. So overall, the gains were quite good. Of course, the Emerald Tower's gains were not small either. Su Lin and Hathaway also brought out a lot of useful information. After 3 days, Su Lin and Hathaway left the Emerald Tower with satisfaction. They did not know that the technical information of the mana particle rail cannon that originally belonged to them had been obtained by Hathaway. After returning to San Filto City, Hathaway did not stay there and directly returned to the northern town through the teleportation portal. She was now busy studying the information. She had not fully mastered the enigma making and principles that Su Lin gave her last time, and it was still far away for her to make the enigma. This time, she had obtained the information of the mana particle rail cannon and elemental fission and elemental fusion technology and elemental furnace. Any one of them would make others fight over it. Now, Hathaway was seizing the time to study and try to understand all the information as soon as possible so that she could build it and install it in the Wizard Tower. A Wizard Tower that could enter the astral plane could not be supported by the function of the elemental pool alone. Moreover, the energy of the elemental pool could not continuously fire the mana particle rail cannon. In addition to the enigma, the Wizard Tower could only operate at full power for a few hours before it had to return to the ground to replenish its energy. Hathaway took the information back to study it, and Su Lin began to reorganize the army in San Filto City. The military system in the northern town city was a bit chaotic and too simple. Of course, at first, it was because there were few people. Su Lin did not unify the military system. A barbarian squad had 5 people, a half-elf archer squad had 12 people, and a human soldier squad had 10 people. Now that Su Lin had become the king of Florence, the number of troops was increasing. If it was like before, it would easily cause chaos and affect the combat power of the army. Therefore, Su Lin had planned to unify the military system. The army was divided into the regular army and the reserve militia. The regular army was the army that was completely out of production. This was the standing military force of the Kingdom of Florence. It was divided into a squad of 10 people. There was a captain and a deputy captain in the squad. Ordinary soldiers were equipped with iron scale armor, while the captain and deputy captain were equipped with iron armor. Usually, there were no direct soldiers under the deputy captain in the army. They only existed as the deputy of the captain. During battle, they fought according to the squad. If the captain died, the deputy captain would continue to lead the soldiers in battle. If the deputy captain died, the soldier who killed the most enemies would take over, and so on. Then, 5 squads would form a squadron. There would be a squadron captain, 5 guards, 1 flag bearer, 1 deputy captain, and 2 messengers. A total of 60 people. If the squadron captain died, the deputy captain would take over, and then the captain would continue to take over. 3 squadrons would form a brigade. There would be a captain, 1 deputy captain, 1 team of 10 guards, 2 flag bearers, 4 messengers, and 2 medics. A total of 200 people. 5 brigades would form a division. There would be a general, 2 deputy generals, 5 teams of 50 guards, 5 flag bearers, 10 messengers, 2 medics, and 2 teams of 40 scouts. A total of 1,100 people. 5 divisions would form an army. There would be a legion captain, 2 deputy legion captains, 200 guards, 20 flag bearers, 50 messengers, 50 medics, and 180 scouts. A total of 6,000 people. In addition, each squadron would be equipped with auxiliary soldiers. The cooks would be responsible for logistics work. There would be 30 auxiliary soldiers and 10 cooks who would be responsible for cooking and transporting supplies. In each division, there would be 70 auxiliary soldiers and 30 cooks. In each division, there would be 500 auxiliary soldiers. A total of 10,000 people, 6,000 regular soldiers, and 4,000 auxiliary soldiers. Under normal circumstances, a division would be used as a combat unit. Of course, it could also be split up, or several divisions would form a larger division. Currently, there were only 2 legions in San Filto City. The reserve militia was half farmer and half soldier. They would farm during the busy season and train during the leisure time. Usually, when the regular army suffered losses, they could be quickly replenished. There was no limit to the number. After joining the reserve force, they would receive certain tax benefits. Now, in the Florentine palace, there were only 2 divisions under the direct control of Sulen. The other lords had their own private armies. There were many armies in the territories directly under the kingdom, but these armies still needed further reorganization. Although the northern provinces were still well behaved under the alliance of Sulen and Marquis of Savoy, they still needed to maintain enough troops to deter them. Sulen did not believe that these fence-sitters would always support him. Once his strength weakened, these nobles would become ambiguous again. Therefore, he planned to replace some of the nobles who had opposed him before and take back the territories directly under the control of the country. Previously, he did not deal with them because the situation was still unstable. Sulen did not want to push them too hard and cause more losses, so he could only keep them temporarily. Now that Sulen was firmly on the throne, although there were still many rebels in the south, he could take his time to deal with these people slowly. At the same time, in order to deal with the opposition forces in the country, he also needed to expand the army, at least double or triple. Chapter 439. There were still many nobles in the Kingdom of Florence who were against Sulen and publicly declared that they did not recognize Sulen's throne. Previously, Sulen did not have the time to deal with them because of his limited military strength. However, these people became more and more troublesome. The few Sulen families in the north had already been annihilated by Marquis Sulen's army. With a legendary warrior like Marquis Savoy in charge, those rebellious nobles were no match for him. In less than a month, 2 rebellious nobles had already been killed. Their territories would be taken back, and their property would be divided equally between Sulen and Marquis Savoy. After Sulen mobilized grassroots officials from the northern town, San Filto City began to reform the tax system. Sulen abolished many taxes in kind, such as the tax on firewood and tithes, and even the tit tax. The tit tax was also known as the poll tax. In the Kingdom of Florence, everyone in the kingdom, regardless of gender, had to pay the poll tax. Men had to pay 10 copper nars a month, women had to pay 8, and children over the age of 5 had to pay 5 copper nars a month until they reached adulthood. After all these taxes were abolished, only agricultural taxes were levied on ordinary farmers. The agricultural tax was collected at 40% per mu of farmland, which was much lighter than the previous tax in the Kingdom of Florence. Originally, the tax in the Kingdom of Florence was only 30%. However, there were many other miscellaneous taxes that had to be paid. In the end, the tax was almost equivalent to 80% of the land tax. This was far more than the 40% tax set by Sulen. Sulen also learned that these taxes would not be handed over to the national treasury. Instead, they would be distributed by various parties. In the end, only about 10% of the tax would be left. As for the business tax, it was even more. In the past, the big nobles had little or no tax, but for ordinary caravans, the tax had been increased several times. As a result, the merchants were forced to constantly lean towards the nobles. The decrease in the number of merchants also led to the decrease in the business tax. Sulen had already decided that the business tax rate would be the same for both the nobles and the ordinary merchants. This was tantamount to harming the interests of the nobles. Blocking one's path to wealth was akin to murdering one's parents. The nobles were obviously very dissatisfied with Sulen's forceful tax collection. However, the reality was that they didn't dare to take any action. Sulen's current strength wasn't something they could resist. Those who dared to take action had already been eliminated by Sulen. Therefore, even if the remaining nobles were dissatisfied, they could only accept it obediently. After all, they would only lose a portion of their wealth if they accepted it. If they dared to resist, Sulen wouldn't show any mercy. Since he ascended the throne, he had killed dozens of nobles. The nobles who were killed would have their noble titles revoked and their land and fiefs confiscated. Sulen obtained a large amount of land through this method. Then he rented these lands to the landless poor. These lands belonged to Sulen. After the land was rented to the poor, he would collect 10% of the harvest as rent, 40% as tax, and the remaining 50% for them to live on. After the land was rented out, almost all of the poor in San Filto City disappeared. The entire city became more prosperous and lively. After the tax reform, the tax revenue of San Filto City increased several times. This way, Sulen had enough money to build a bigger army. After the completion of the army, Sulen also took in several cities around San Filto. Then, he transformed these cities according to San Filto City. This was originally the territory of the royal family, so the transformation was easier. Moreover, with the army sent by Sulen and the nobles of San Filto City as an example, the transformation of these cities was quite smooth. The officials in these cities were all gathered and sent to the prison in San Filto City to receive ideological education and reform. After the reform, they would continue to hold their previous positions. At the same time, Sulen also trained these people in management to improve their abilities. Sulen also sent some of the grassroots officials from Northern Town City to become officials. In addition to handling various government affairs, these officials also supervised the original officials. After completing the ideological education of the officials, Sulen let them implement the new tax system. At the same time, Sulen also started the sanitation management of several cities. Now, all of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence knew that the new king was obsessed with cleanliness and had high requirements for the sanitation of all cities. In addition to this, he liked to demolish the slums. When demolishing the slums, he also got rid of all the gangs and bandits. These jobs required a lot of money and military support. The two legions formed in San Filto City were separated and sent to the surrounding cities. With these legions, all kinds of systems could be implemented smoothly. Sulen began to form more legions. Because of the establishment of the barracks, the training speed of the army increased a lot. It only took 2 months for the ordinary people to be trained into qualified soldiers. Although he could easily lead the soldiers of Beifong Duchy to kill the rebels, how could he govern so many territories alone? Therefore, he could only train people and form an army to expand his territory. Although this was a little slow, he had a very good control of the territory. The cities under Sulen's control also began to build prisons and barracks. Sulen couldn't always recruit soldiers in San Filto City. He would also recruit soldiers in other cities and send them to the barracks for training before forming a new army. In these newly formed armies, the soldiers of Beifong Duchy would also join and serve as the captain of a platoon or above. With this method, Su Len could quickly control a large number of troops. Although the combat power of the army was temporarily reduced, after a few clearing of monsters and battles, the strength of these soldiers would quickly increase. In addition to the rapid growth of the army, the strength of the embroidered uniform guard also began to expand rapidly. In San Filto City, a mansion near the noble district in the north of the city was quietly bought. More than 10 soldiers in black uniforms stood on both sides of the gate. There was a plaque hanging on the gate with the words, "Embroidered Uniform Guard," written on it. The gate of the embroidered uniform guard was wide open. From time to time, people would go in and out. In the courtyard, there were officials walking to and fro. There were also warriors dressed in black with swords around their waists and black scarves on their heads hurriedly walking on the road. These were the embroidered uniform guard formed by Su Len. A large number of reins were tied to the posts next to the mansion. From time to time, a few horses would gallop in and out of the mansion. On the streets around the mansion, the civilians in the city felt that this mansion was strange. They also didn't know what the embroidered uniform guard did. However, after waiting for a while, the civilians in the surrounding area began to subconsciously leave this place. There were often many people being chained up in this mansion. They were dragged in by the embroidered uniform guard who emitted a gloomy aura. Cries of agony could often be heard around the mansion. The embroidered uniform guard was another force in Su Len. This force wasn't strong in the beginning, but now it was feared by many. The embroidered uniform guard was not only used to gather information, but also to monitor the internal situation. Su Len casually flipped through the documents and asked without raising his head, "How's the preparation for the embroidered uniform guard going?" Hearing Sulen's words, the embroidered uniform guard beside him immediately replied, "Currently, there are 130 embroidered uniform guard in San Filto City. There are more than 300 spies outside and more than 400 eyes and ears. Develop 300 spies. Now in the Kingdom of Florence, these spies are almost the same as ordinary people. San Filto City has the most spies. The other cities have more or less spies." The embroidered uniform guard said respectfully, "I heard that the embroidered uniform guard has been very busy during this period. They have already arrested more than a dozen nobles who secretly colluded with each other. Yes, they have all been sent to Zhao prison." Su Len smiled. He was very satisfied with the embroidered uniform guard. However, the information submitted by the spies must be carefully examined. Try not to make a false case. The function of the embroidered uniform guard established by Su Len was actually similar to the embroidered uniform guard during the Ming Dynasty. There were also many differences. The embroidered uniform guard in his previous life would sometimes fabricate crimes in order to claim rewards. They would do anything to expand the scope of their involvement and create many false cases. However, Su Len was keeping a tight watch on them now. These embroidered uniform guards did not dare to do so. Currently, the embroidered uniform guard is doing well. However, you have to remember one thing. This is far from enough. Not only do you have to develop eyes and ears in the northern provinces, but also in the major cities and settlements in the south. The reason I set up the embroidered uniform guard is to patrol the world and monitor the nobles and other people who want to overthrow our rule. Other than paying attention to domestic matters, you have to learn more about other countries in the future. I need you to form an intelligence network like a spider web as soon as possible to collect information and transmit information for me." "Yes, sir. I will speed up the construction." Bane nodded and said, "By the way, how many eagle nests have we built?" "Not counting the eagle nests in Northern Town, we have built 4 eagle nests. However, we are still lacking in hunting eagles and the number of eagle trainers is limited," Bane said awkwardly. "The eagle nests still need to be built. This is the key to our intelligence network. I will let more people join the eagle trainers." "Yes, sir." In the future, when we arrest nobles who commit crimes, the embroidered uniform guard can leave 1/5 of the wealth as a development fund. This money can only be used to develop the embroidered uniform guard. You are not allowed to use it for other purposes. I will send people to watch over it. Yes, sir. Bane's face was filled with joy. Although the money could only be used for development, it was still a considerable amount. Chapter 440. The establishment of the embroidered uniform guard gave Su Lin more sources of information. With the development of time, the embroidered uniform guard would continue to grow. One day his eyes and ears would be spread throughout several countries. North Town, Wizard Tower. Hathaway was studying the information obtained from Su Lin and the Emerald Tower. It was very important knowledge. In fact, the various knowledge of a wizard was systematic. Many of the knowledge were related. Only by breaking through the prerequisites could one study deeper knowledge. Since the Arcane Empire, many advanced knowledge could be said to be the product of many knowledge. At this time, it was no longer just the knowledge of one discipline. It required the joint research of many disciplines. Even those magical creations were the same. Take the Wizard Tower, for example. In order to build a wizard tower, one needed to know more than 100 types of knowledge, from rune engraving, mana transmission, space shaping, soul weaving, and so on. As for the more powerful floating city, it involved more than hundreds of knowledge. The Mageweth inscription technology that Su Lin obtained belonged to the prerequisites among the advanced knowledge. Only by learning it could one study more difficult knowledge. Take the Mageweth particle cannon, for example. If one didn't know the Mageweth technology, they couldn't make it. For example, the principle and making of riddles. This book described the making method and theoretical basis of riddles. However, riddles were made up of many Mageweths. Mageweths were only the foundation. Knowing the Mageweth inscription didn't mean that one knew the riddles. However, if one didn't know the Mageweth, they couldn't learn the riddles. The book, Riddles, included many technologies such as the Mageweth technology, spell sequences, energy transmission technology, and so on. After obtaining the Mageweth particle cannon technology from the Emerald Tower, Hathaway began to study this weapon. In fact, many of the technologies needed for the Mageweth particle cannon were already available in North Town. After obtaining the key technology, the Mageweth energy conversion technology, they could already try to make this weapon. The Mageweth particle cannon was different from what many people imagined. It was not the kind of cannon barrel that was filled with elemental energy and fired like a cannon. In fact, the Mageweth particle cannon was more like a lightning rod. It was about 2 to 3 meters tall and was usually built at the top of a wizard's tower. At the top of the cannon was a round ball, which was where the destructive magic energy particle beam was fired. Although it looked simple, the technology involved was very advanced. Ordinary Mageweth inscriptions wouldn't work. This kind of weapon wasn't large in size, so it required technology similar to microengraving. The runes on it had to be accurate to the micron level. The core of the mana particle railgun required mithril, adamantine, and other materials to release a large amount of mana in a short period of time. The material requirements were very high, so it needed adamantine. At the same time, some astral sand had to be added to create a carrier that could withstand the explosive release of energy. In addition to these core components, most of the ordinary components of the particle cannon also required a large amount of precious materials. The amount of materials and energy required to build such a weapon was also astronomical. Luckily, the northern town city had all the most valuable materials. Su Lin was very glad that he discovered the underground world and took control of it. It could provide him with a large amount of precious metals and materials. The underground world had more minerals and gems than the surface world: adamantine, mithril, and orichalcum. Although the production of these metals was very low, after such a long time of accumulation, it was enough to make a Mageweth particle cannon. Making this kind of complicated magic tool required everyone to work together. Other than Alex, Karina, Wizard Andre, and Wizard Lorraine, even Su Lin was asked by Hathaway to help with the production. Some of the ordinary components that were easy to make were assigned to everyone. Hathaway was responsible for the most important and core components. Even some of the most basic components were given to the magic apprentices in the North Wind Tower to make. Making a Mageweth particle cannon required thousands of different components. Although Su Lin and the others were only responsible for some of the more common components, it still took them about a week to make it. The core component of the Mageweth particle cannon that Hathaway was making was even more difficult. She knew how to make it, and she had all the necessary materials. Even Hathaway had to be very careful when making it. A week later, in the astrology station, as Hathaway took out a sealed core component of the Mageweth particle cannon, the eyes of the other spellcasters on the scene lit up. Their eyes were fixed on the silver-white component with golden patterns. This is the core component of the Mageweth particle cannon? Hathaway nodded slightly and said, "This core component can convert elemental energy into powerful particle beams." As she spoke, she picked up the core component and began to assemble the Mageweth particle cannon. Hathaway, who already had a card up her sleeve, assembled the various components very quickly. She smoothly assembled them all. Half an hour later, a 3-meter-tall silver-white object that looked like a lightning rod appeared in front of everyone. "This is the Mageweth particle cannon?" Su Lin excitedly reached out his hand. He wanted to touch it, but he seemed to be afraid of damaging it. Hathaway also said excitedly, "Touch it. It's not that fragile. It won't be damaged." The Mageweth particle cannon that we're making now is a first-generation product. As far as I know, in the era of the Arcane Empire, the Mageweth particle cannon installed in the Wizard Tower was already a third-generation or even fourth-generation product. There were even other magic weapons. A first-generation product is a first-generation product. We'll make rapid progress in a while and strive to catch up with the technology of the Arcane Empire, Su Lin said as he stroked the Mageweth particle cannon. His expression was as if he was stroking a peerless beauty. "Since it's done, do you want to test it?" Alex asked as he looked at the Mageweth particle cannon in front of him. "Of course, we have to test it. Otherwise, how do we know if it works?" Hathaway said directly. Then everyone began to get busy. The Mageweth particle cannon needed to be installed at the top of the Wizard Tower. At the same time, it needed the cooperation of the Tower Spirit to control it. The others also needed to rebuild the energy channel. The energy channel connecting the elemental pool of the Wizard Tower and the Mageweth particle cannon needed to be specially reinforced. This channel needed to pass through a large amount of elemental energy quickly in a short period of time. Once there was a problem, the energy leakage would be a very serious accident. Finally, after these things were built, they needed to be connected to the Tower Spirit, Milky Way, so that Milky Way could control this killing machine. Check all the links and see if there are any problems. Su Lin emphasized again. "There's no problem here," Alex said after checking again. "There's no problem here." Soon, everyone finished the last check. "Since there's no problem, start connecting to the Tower Spirit, Milky Way," Hathaway said. Su Lin nodded and said, "Yes." "Milky Way is starting to shut down," Hathaway ordered. "Shutting down. Elemental pool energy shut down. Energy channel is starting to close. Rebooting," a cold mechanical voice sounded. Soon, the entire astrology platform gradually dimmed down. The energy supply was at a minimum. Rebooting. With a flash of light, the Tower Spirit, Milky Way, was rebooted. Energy channel opened. Checking energy network. Energy network normal. Connecting to the laboratory. Connecting to the ecological garden. New component found. Connecting successful. Activation complete. Master, Tower Spirit, Milky Way is at your service. Milky Way, check the Mageweth particle cannon. Su Lin ordered. Establishing mission, Mageweth particle cannon's self-check beginning. 1%, 2%, 98%, 99%, 100% self-check completed. Mageweth particle cannon's self-check. After hearing Milky Way's voice, everyone was secretly relieved. Hathaway and Su Lin looked at each other. Su Lin nodded at her. Hathaway took a deep breath and continued, "Milky Way, Start charging the Mageweth particle cannon. Understood. Connecting to the energy channel. Connecting to the energy channel. Begin charging. With a large amount of elemental energy, the Mageweth particle cannon began to emit waves of energy. The waves of energy began to gather quickly. Soon, a terrifying wave of energy appeared on the ball at the top of the Mageweth particle cannon. Even Su Len felt his heart palpitate when he sensed the energy. The energy was too strong. According to the level of the spell, it had exceeded the level of a legendary spell. Its power was at the level of an 11th circle spell. Where should we hit? Hathaway asked. Su Len was also hesitant. Once such a powerful attack was launched, the damage caused would be very shocking. It would not be a problem to directly destroy a small town. This was also because the attack area of the magic energy particle beam was small. Its main lethality was the effect of penetration and annihilation. With such a shot, everything in its path would be turned into nothingness. Su Len thought for a while and said, "Let's forget about it. Once this thing is launched, it will cause a huge commotion. Although Northern Town is remote, there are many spies here. Once it is launched, they will know and be prepared. If we don't launch it, we can still catch them by surprise." That's good. I just checked it. All the energy nodes are operating normally. It can be launched. Hathaway nodded in agreement. The weakness of the first-generation Mageweth particle cannon is that it consumes a lot of energy and is relatively weak. It needs a while to recharge the energy. Chapter 441. Mana Particle Railgun, First Generation Advanced Magic Construct, Advanced Magic Creation. It is a powerful weapon made from adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, astral dust, high-purity magic gemstones, and many other rare materials. It has the power to destroy the world. Power plus 30, energy attack plus 25, penetration plus 25, rapid firing plus 10, durability plus 25, range plus 30. Note, you have been targeted by me. Run for your life, little mushroom. Note 2, eat my cannon. After making the mana particle rail cannon, Su Len returned to San Filto City. After all, there were still many things to do in the Kingdom of Florence. Phyllis was only a princess before. Dealing with government affairs was not her strong suit. She was barely qualified during this period of time. The morning light shone down. Her towering breasts bathed in the morning light and emitted a hazy glow. Her white skin was as smooth as jade. Su Len woke up from his sleep. After returning to San Filto City last night, he had a big battle with Phyllis. Naturally, Phyllis, who had awakened the Red Dragon bloodline, lost miserably. Even Alex, who came to play with her, could not escape. Su Len got out of bed refreshed. He put on his clothes with the help of the maids. After a simple wash, he began to deal with government affairs. Phyllis and Alex slept until the sun was high in the sky. The weather is great. Phyllis stretched her body lazily. Don't be in a daze. Go eat something first. Alex beside her had already gotten out of bed. No, I still want to sleep. Phyllis plunged into Alex's broad chest and rubbed back and forth. If Su Len saw it, they would not be able to get out of bed today. Okay, get dressed quickly and eat. Then we'll go out for a walk. I haven't been to San Filto City yet. Alex stretched out his hands and rubbed Phyllis's face. Phyllis had to get out of bed unhappily and go out with Alex. Naturally, the two of them couldn't go out like this. After Alex used a camouflage skill, the two of them instantly turned into ordinary people. Phyllis had always lived in the palace and rarely came to the outside world. Alex used to live in the underground world. Although he was more than 200 years old, he had never had any contact with other people. His thinking was not much better than Phyllis's. Therefore, the two of them were very interested in going out shopping. Phyllis and Alex were like ordinary people going out to buy groceries. They each carried a small basket and a wallet, and then quickly ran out of the palace through the back door. Su Len had set a very high standard for their living standards. Every month, they would receive a large monthly profit, so both of them were rich women. Su Len's women rarely went out. The one who went out the most was the little succubus Chris, while Hathaway was a total homebody. If there was no one to disturb her, and she had all kinds of resources in the Sorcerer Tower, she could stay in the Sorcerer Tower for several months. Most of the time, he would head to the Adventurers Guild to issue quests or personally search for materials. As for Alex, he had spent the past 200 years in the underground world. After coming to the northern town, he began to become interested in the human world after a period of adaptation. The two of them walked out briskly. There was basically nothing to visit near the noble district and the palace. There were no shops or markets here. Usually, it was the merchants who delivered goods to their doorstep. Naturally, there was no place to visit. Therefore, the two of them targeted the commoner district and the wealthy district. In this era, the houses of the commoners were basically made of mud. Only the rich and nobles used wood and brick. Although mud houses looked ugly, they were sturdy and durable. They had good insulation and were easy to build. For the commoners, it was already very good. Of course, there were some problems, such as rain and humidity, and the light was dim, but they could be overcome. What beautiful clothes! Wow, this is a little person made of grass. It's so cute. This string of beads is so beautiful. As soon as they entered the market, the two of them excitedly walked back and forth between the stalls. They were completely dressed like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The two of them played crazily in the market for a while. Soon, they had walked through the entire market. Girls, I know there's a market outside the city that has more fun. You can go there and have a look. Just as the two of them were rummaging through a stall, the stall owner's granny said with a smile. This granny looked very ordinary, but she gave people a very kind and amiable feeling. There's something fun outside the city? Alex asked in surprise. Of course. Where is it? Tell me. Phyllis suddenly pulled Alex's sleeve and whispered, "Let's not go outside the city." "It's fine. We'll have fun today." Alex waved his hand and said casually, "Where is the market you mentioned? Tell me." "That market is a little remote. You won't be able to find it even if I tell you." The old lady shook her head and said. Phyllis said unhappily, "Tell us, we'll find it for sure." The old lady gave her an address. Phyllis was confused. She had no idea where it was. Forget it. Anyway, I've sold most of my stuff today. I'll take you there after I pack up, the old lady said with a smile. "Thank you so much," the two of them said happily. Soon, the old lady packed up her stall and led the two of them out of the city. Although the old lady was not young, her body was still very strong. Her speed was not slow at all. About half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a small town outside the city. "Wait for me here. I'll go buy some things for my grandson. I'll be back soon." The old lady stopped after arriving at the town. "Hey, hurry up," Alex said as he looked around the town. The old lady nodded, then turned around and left. She first bought some food from the surrounding stalls, then in the blink of an eye, she circled around to an inconspicuous shop. Inside the shop, two ordinary-looking men immediately walked out of the shop after she came in, and at the same time, they closed the door. The old lady did not stop. She went straight to the back of the shop and then came to a room. She pushed the door open and walked in. "Oh, it's Memmy. What good stuff have you brought me today?" A big man in his 50s was lying on a rocking chair in the room. This man should have been a strong warrior when he was young. Although he was already in his 50s, his muscles were strong and did not decline at all. When he saw the old lady enter the room, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically. "All right, Zach, let your men take action. Those two little girls should be young and foolish. Most likely, they are from noble families. They think that they can hide with camouflage, but they can't fool this old woman's eyes. Although I can't see their true appearance, they are definitely the best of the best." The old woman laughed mischievously. She didn't look as old as before. "Really?" Hearing the old lady's words, the middle-aged man immediately took it seriously. "Have I, this old woman, ever made a mistake?" The old lady sat down on a chair and grabbed a teacup. She poured a cup of water and then gulped it down. "I'll send people over right away." Phyllis and Alex were strolling around a stall. At this time, Phyllis suddenly felt that they were being followed. She looked back and saw two unfamiliar men not far from them. Phyllis did not do anything else. She pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to stroll around with Alex. At the same time, she quietly told Alex about it. Alex nodded and did not say anything. The two were very confident in their strength. Alex was now a great mage. Phyllis's strength had also increased rapidly after awakening her dragon bloodline. She was now a rank 3 dragon bloodline warlock. The two of them calmly walked out of the town. The two men followed closely behind them. Not long after, more people followed them. Soon the two left the town. However, Phyllis and Hathaway did not immediately escape. Instead, they continued to stroll leisurely. After leaving the town, the stalkers quickly disappeared. "Sister Alex, what should we do now?" Phyllis whispered. "Wait and see." "Who are these people?" Alex said. "Rustle, rustle, rustle." In the cold wind, there was a slight sound of leaves rustling. The originally careless Alex's ears suddenly twitched. She reached out and grabbed Phyllis. She carefully whispered in her ear, "Be careful. Someone is coming." Lurkers. Harpies had far better hearing than humans. As their queen, Alex was even more powerful. Her hearing was several times better than humans. She also had night vision and the ability to fly. She had a very sharp intuition about danger. Her pointed ears twitched slightly. She lowered her voice and said, "On the right. They are getting closer and closer." "Got it." Phyllis's perception was not inferior. She also sensed the traces of the lurkers. "Wait for them to get closer." "Okay." Wind blade array. After those lurkers entered his area, Alex immediately cast a spell. Light green wind blades appeared in an instant, then quickly flew towards those lurkers. "We've been discovered. Hurry up and get rid of them." Seeing that they had been discovered, these people did not have the slightest intention to escape and continued to rush forward. Wind blades flew towards them, but they didn't care about those wind blades at all. They only glanced at Alex, and the result was that they suffered a big loss. Chapter 442. As the queen of the winged people, Alex was the spirit of the wind. Her wind elemental spells were much more powerful and faster than the spells of other wizards. A few warriors rushed forward with their weapons, but they were surrounded by a dozen wind blades after just a few steps. The wind blades drew beautiful arcs in the air and attacked these people from unbelievable angles. The warrior at the very front immediately erupted with his life force, wanting to shatter the wind blade with his sword. However, the wind blade instantly dodged his attack in front of his shocked eyes, then quickly flew past his neck, causing blood to spurt out. The warrior covered his neck with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain. "Spread out!" A warrior who seemed to be the leader yelled. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Alex was one of the weakest in northern Battlefront City. She wasn't even in the top 3. Hathaway was a legendary wizard who could defeat anyone below Sulen. The little succubus Chris was not strong in direct combat, but her charm was too much of a cheat. Not many enemies below legendary could resist her charm. Next were Boulder and Johnson. After the two of them had activated Avatar, their strength was close to that of a legendary. Phyllis was the weakest. Although she had become a dragon disciple, she was still far behind in terms of combat experience and other aspects. Just as the enemies were about to dodge, the wind blades were already in front of them. Under Alex's control, dozens of wind blades flew past these people's throats and joints like they were his arms. Blood splattered everywhere, and the enemies were all killed in an instant. "Hey, you should have left one alive." Phyllis quickly reminded Alex when she saw how clean the enemies were, but she was still a step too late. The last enemy was also cut into pieces by her wind blades. "They're all dead. What should I do?" Alex was a bit embarrassed. "Forget it. They're all dead. Why don't we just capture that old woman?" Seeing that all the attackers were dead, Phyllis could only place her hope on that old woman. "These guys are so poor." While Phyllis was still thinking about catching the old woman, Alex had already run over to clean up the battlefield. Although Alex was the queen of the winged men, The harpies did not know how to make any tools other than plundering in the underworld. Therefore, she was very familiar with cleaning up the battlefield. When Su Len subdued the harpies, they had collected a lot of junk in their nest. Alex squatted down and began to search the corpses. He wasn't uncomfortable with the smell of blood. In comparison, Phyllis was much worse. Although she was quite strong, she hadn't even killed a chicken before. Suddenly facing a ground full of corpses, she couldn't get used to it. These people are so poor. He didn't have a single magic item on him. There's not even a single piece of beautiful gemstone. Just these scrap metal. There are still some silver coins here, but they don't even add up to a kinar. How dare you rob me when you're so poor? If these people hadn't died, they would have been angered to death by Alex's words. If they had money, who would dare to rob them? Alex, don't care about the junk. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, the old woman will definitely run away when she hears the news. Phyllis urged. Although they were now outside the town and the surroundings were a little desolate, if someone saw them, the news would be easily leaked. Don't worry, she won't be able to run away. Alex collected a dozen silver coins. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. She was a diligent and thrifty queen. With a snap of her fingers, a flash of light appeared. Tracking spell. A magic light converged into a small arrow, pointing at the town not far away. The two immediately followed the arrow's direction and chased after it. At the same time, in a house in the town, the old woman who led Alex and Phyllis here was having a meal with a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "It's been so long. Did Greyhound and the others succeed?" "Boss, Greyhound and the others haven't returned yet." A person behind him replied. "Why are they so slow? Don't tell me they want to enjoy themselves first. These two are the best. If the price is low because of this, I will skin them alive." The scar-faced man said coldly, "Don't worry, boss, Greyhound and the others know what to do." The two women noticed something was wrong, so they ran out of the town in advance. Calculating the time, they should be back soon. The person behind him quickly said, "No, the situation is not good." At this time, the old woman suddenly said, "Even if they went out of town to catch them, they should have sent someone back to inform us. There is no news for so long, it is very likely that something happened." "Something happened?" The scar-faced man's face suddenly changed. He directly stood up and said, "Not good, let's evacuate first." When the people around heard this, they immediately began to move. Bang! A loud sound came, the earth shook, and the whole house began to collapse in an instant. The faces of the people in the room changed greatly, and they all wanted to rush out of the house. A shockwave swept out, and the people who had just rushed out were directly sent flying far away, and then fell to the ground heavily, unconscious. Some of the lucky ones managed to avoid the collapsing houses and the shockwave, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were directly greeted by Alex's wind blades. How could these people be Alex's opponent? In just 2 breaths of time, they were all dealt with by him. Check to see if there are any fish that escaped the net, and then inform the city guards to come and catch them," Alex said. After checking that there was no one else around, the two began to split up. Phyllis returned to San Filto City to call for people, and Alex stayed to watch and see if there were any other clues. Phyllis's speed was very fast. Half an hour later, 2 teams of city guards rushed over and caught these people, including the old woman, all of them. Alex also found a hidden basement under these houses, and found a few girls who had been captured in the basement. After searching a few times and finding no other clues, Alex and Phyllis brought people back to San Filto City, leaving only a few city guards here to deal with the aftermath. San Filto City, prison. Su Len had a relaxed expression as he drank tea, looking at the officials who were reluctantly entering the prison to be re-educated. This prison was like thunder to the ears of these officials, and none of them were afraid of it. After a period of training, each of them became serious and responsible. At this moment, a soldier hurried over. After a while, he came to Sullen's ear and reported something in a low voice, and Sullen's expression slowly became unsightly. After the soldier finished his report, he directly got up and left, turning around and walking towards the palace. Is it these people? Sulen looked at the group of tied-up people in front of him and said, these people weren't strong, and the strongest one was only a rank 2 warrior. This kind of strength was basically on the same level as the gangs in the slums. Is there anyone else behind them? We have already interrogated them just now. They used various methods such as kidnapping, and kidnapping to secretly capture many girls. These people originally started out as human traffickers and used to be slave leaders. There is indeed someone behind them, and that person is their client. All the girls they abducted were sold to this client. Sullen's expression turned gloomy. It seemed that there really were people who weren't afraid of death, and there were actually people who were playing tricks in front of him. Who is the buyer behind them? I heard from him that it was a noble. Alex pointed at the leader of this group of people. At this moment, the scarred leader looked a little miserable. There were many wounds on his body from whips, and his forearms were bent in a strange direction. His legs were also dripping with blood. However, his eyes looked a little dull, and his mind was probably controlled by Alex. It seems that this group of nobles still don't learn from their mistakes. Sulen wasn't surprised by this result, and he knew very well what nobles were like. But why did that noble capture so many girls? Sulen asked curiously. I don't know. Alex shrugged and said, but I heard from him that those people have a hideous tattoo on their body. It looks like a crab, but also like an octopus, Alex said. Sulen raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what it was either. Oh right, you can let him draw it, Alex suddenly said, and then he controlled the scarred leader to draw on the ground. After about 5 minutes, a very abstract drawing appeared in front of Sulen. In the drawing, the creature's body was like an oval brain, and there were a few eyes on the brain. At the same time, there were many twisted tentacles on the brain, and a mouth full of sharp teeth opened under the eyes, revealing ferocious fangs. Below the brain, there were 10 sharp and long legs evenly distributed on both sides of the body to support its weight. It looked terrifying and hideous and made people shudder. Although the drawing was very abstract, Sulen still recognized that it was a brain hunter. How could it be this thing? After recognizing that the drawing was a brain hunter, Sullen's face was full of shock and uncertainty. Brain hunters were very dangerous creatures in the Wizard's Monster Guide. These monsters, like their name, love to eat the brains of humanoid creatures or humans. They were born with a kind of psychic ability and could directly suck out the brains of humanoid creatures or humans through subspace. These monsters also had another name, and it was called Brain Juice Collector. Their favorite brain was the brain of spellcasters, and they were the public enemy of mages. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 443. Brain hunters are difficult to deal with. Their bodies aren't corporeal. Although you can see them, they aren't completely in our dimension. Part of them is still in the dimension. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. Even if it is a magical weapon, they have a 50% chance of being immune to the damage. Moreover, these monsters have the talent of Anywhere Door. Although their bodies are bloated, they can teleport at will with the ability of Anywhere Door. The most troublesome thing was its brain-sucking ability. As long as you were within its line of sight, it could perform a brain-sucking attack on you. Once the attack failed, your brain would be sucked away by it. It really ate your brain. Even if you pass the judgment, you will be stunned once. This thing likes to eat brains, but what does that have to do with capturing those girls? Sulen was also confused. Do you know where these people are? Sulen asked. Yes, they are in a noble's territory near San Filto City, Alex said. Lock them up first, Sulen said and left. It was not easy to deal with a monster like the brain hunters. In a sense, this thing was not weaker than the abominations. He needed to discuss with Hathaway before taking action. North Town City, North Wind Tower, astrology platform. Are you talking about the brain hunters? Hathaway looked at Sulen in surprise. I'm not sure yet. The human traffickers I captured saw a tattoo similar to the brain hunters on their bodies, Su Lin said. The brain hunter's tattoo. It seems that there is a high chance that it is real. Hathaway said. Ordinary people would not know what this monster looked like. Now that there was a tattoo on their bodies, there was a high chance that they had seen this monster. However, there seemed to be something wrong with seeing this monster and coming back alive. According to the brain hunter's habits, they would not let go of human brains. Brain hunters are very difficult to kill. Normal attacks are ineffective against them. Moreover, they have the ability to teleport. We must restrict their ability to teleport. Otherwise, we can't deal with them at all. Hathaway said. And that brain-sucking ability of his, ordinary spells can't resist it. I remember that you have a ring that can strengthen your mental defense. Here it is. Su Lin removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Hathaway. It was a silver ring. The design of the ring was very simple and unadorned. A large number of runes were carved on it, making it look very mysterious. Hathaway inspected the ring for a while and then injected some energy into it. A strange energy fluctuation appeared on the ring. Hathaway picked up the ring and said, "Not bad, but the spells attached to it are offensive. I'm going to modify it and make it into a defensive ring." Of course. To be honest, the offensive spells on this ring are basically useless to me, Su Lin said with a shrug. This ring used to be enchanted with a spell called Soul Shock, also known as Soul Thorn. This was a spell that directly affected the soul. It ignored defense and dealt damage to the enemy. Even if the judgment failed, it would still cause dizziness. However, he already had the divine ability War Roar. Whether it was the power or the range of the spell, it was much stronger than Soul Shock. Now, in order to defend against the brain-sucking attack of the Brain Hunter, Hathaway was going to modify the ring. As a legendary wizard and a master alchemist, it was easy for her to make a magic item. After giving the ring to Hathaway, Su Lin left the northern city and headed to San Filto City. Not long after he returned to the palace, a few Imperial guards came to deliver the information they had collected. The Imperial guards had spread out in all the areas that Su Lin had occupied. Although they were not at the point where they could infiltrate every nook and cranny, they had done a good job in collecting information. This time, Su Lin had asked them to collect information about the noble and the brain hunter, and they had already collected a lot of information. Your Majesty! The Imperial guards in black stood aside respectfully. Su Lin waved his hand and signaled for the others to leave. He then asked directly, "What information have you collected about the noble's territory during this period? Tell me everything." The embroidered uniform guard didn't hesitate to tell him all the information he had gathered during this period of time. An organization had suddenly emerged in the noble's territory. They did not know when this organization appeared, but they were sure that this organization had been lurking in the secular world for a long time. This organization had been hiding very well before, but it had become more active recently. The members of this organization were very complicated. There were commoners, nobles, merchants, villains, and so on. There were many reasons why these people joined this organization. Some joined for wealth, some for power, and some for power. Is this organization that powerful? Wealth, power, and power. They can provide all of that. Su Lin raised his eyebrows and said, Knights had already covered more than half of human desires with these 3 items. What is this organization called? They call themselves the Controller, and they control all the rules and powers of the world. The Imperial Guard said. Su Lin smiled in disdain. Control all the rules and powers? Bullsh**T. If they were really that powerful, why would they need to be so sneaky? Continue. Su Lin shook his head and said to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard said carefully, I'm not sure about the rest, but after joining this organization, they can obtain the power bestowed by the controller through a special sacrificial ceremony. It is said that this power can directly turn an ordinary person into a powerful professional warrior. Su Lin frowned slightly. Sacrificial ceremony, something that sounded unreliable, was most likely a blood sacrifice. This was also a common method used by many to worship evil gods in exchange for power. They captured those girls for the sacrificial ceremony. It is said that the more outstanding and pure a girl is, the higher the chance of receiving a reward after a successful sacrificial ceremony. One of the important reasons why the nobles joined the controller's organization was that Su Len had pressured them too much. These nobles did not want to give up their power, but they could not defeat Su Len, so they thought of all kinds of ways to increase their strength. In the end, the controller's organization was noticed by these nobles. Hearing this, Su Len looked at each other. Su Len was partly responsible for this outcome, but this was not a reason for them to betray. Are they powerful? Su Len asked. The Imperial Guard hesitated and said slowly, I don't know. I only know that they are hiding in many places, and many nobles are their members. The controller's headquarters is in the south. According to our intelligence, this time it is also an important person. The main priest is used to it. Su Len nodded and continued, Imperial Guard, continue to gather information according to your method. Inform me immediately if there is any new information. After arranging for people to continue gathering information, Su Len began to get busy. During this period of time, all kinds of things had piled up because of the demon hunters. In the next few days, Su Len dealt with government affairs and waited for more information about the brain hunters. On this day, Su Len once again returned to the northern wind tower. After a few days of busy work, Sullen's ring was completed. In addition to this ring, Hathaway also prepared some other things for him. Take a look, this is the ring I prepared for you, Hathaway said as she handed him a beautifully made silver-white ring. Su Len looked at it and his eyes lit up. This ring could be said to be completely changed. Soul Protection Ring +4. This is a magic ring made by 2 legendary spellcasters. A powerful spell is engraved on it, and it has good defense. Of course, materials, mithril, thorium, magic steel, orichalcum, etc. Equipment requirement, spirit 20 and above. Equipment effect, soul resistance. Soul resistance +2, psychic resistance +2 equipment skill. Psychic shield. Instantly build a strong barrier around your body. Can resist psychic attacks. Before the psychic shield is broken, you will not be hurt. In addition to this ring, Hathaway only made a few other pieces of equipment, and they were all used to deal with monsters like the brain hunters. Hathaway pulled Su Len into the laboratory. At this time, there were only various runic matrices left on the ground. Stand in there. Hathaway pointed at the runic matrices. Su Len did not hesitate and stood in the middle of the runic matrices in the laboratory. After seeing that Su Len stood in place, Hathaway activated the runic matrices. A dazzling light flashed, and a strong elemental energy appeared in the laboratory. Then, it quickly merged with Sullen's body. What is this? Su Len was a little surprised. He did not feel any changes in his body. Hathaway said, This is a telepathic communication spell I made. It can be used in battle. Even if you are far away in Sanfelto City, you can still contact each other. Hearing that telepathic communication could be used over such a long distance, everyone was surprised. Oh right, these are the spatial coordinates. When you find the brain hunter, just leave these coordinates, and I will open a portal to go there. Got it. After everything was ready, Su Len began to go to the noble's fief. The Pegasus was very fast. It only took half an hour to reach the noble's fief. Su Len did not disturb the people here and went to the destination. This time, the destination was the noble's manor. One of the strongholds of the Dominator's followers was there. The local nobles had already joined the cult. The whole castle was shrouded in evil spirit energy. Su Len guessed that there was probably a large altar below. Judging from the current situation, this altar should have been built for a period of time, and several blood sacrifices had been carried out. Chapter 444. Alex used the group flying skill to let Su Lun and the others fly in the air. Their figures were hidden by Su Lun using the invisibility skill of the sky illuminating lamp. Hathaway didn't come, but Alex and Phyllis followed. In order to deal with the brain hunter, Su Len specially sent a team of steel golems from the northern citadel. There were a lot of steel golems in the northern citadel. After being repaired and made by Hathaway, there were now 18 of them. Su Lin directly sent 12 of them this time. Moreover, these steel golems were improved steel golems. The last time Su Lin obtained a high-level golem in the desert ruins, he brought it back in one piece. After a period of disassembly and repair, he obtained a lot of new technology. Then, he upgraded these steel golems on the original foundation, strengthened the energy attack, and optimized the defense of the steel golems. Although their strength was still at grade 4, there was a lot of improvement compared to before. Because part of the brain hunter's body was in a different dimension, normal attacks were ineffective. Therefore, only magical weapons and energy attacks could cause damage to them. Moreover, because of their brain-sucking talent, the weak would lose their brains in one hit. This skill was very dangerous for all humanoid creatures and humans, but the steel golems could ignore this most dangerous skill. After all, steel golems didn't have brains. Golems were very suitable to deal with the brain hunter, but relying on the steel golems alone couldn't kill the brain hunter. A flash of light appeared, and Su Lin and the others appeared in the sky above a castle. He turned his head to look at Phyllis and Alex and ordered, "Don't run around later." Monsters like the brain hunter like human brains the most. The one below seems to have some special fetishes. If you get close and are discovered, you won't be able to withstand its attack. Okay. The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Before they came, Su Lin had already let them see the monster illustration book, so they naturally knew how powerful this monster was. The whole castle was shrouded in an evil energy field, but there was no change from the outside. The castle was also covered by other magic power. If Su Lin hadn't confirmed it, even he would have been deceived. Disappear without a trace. With a flash of light, Sullen's mark gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Su Lin asked the two of them to wait outside while he went in alone. As soon as they entered the castle, an evil energy shrouded them. Su Lin frowned slightly. The environment here had turned into something similar to the land of blasphemy. The negative energy was so strong that Su Lin would have thought that he had transmigrated to a lower plane if he was not sure that this was a material plane. The land of blasphemy was usually in the lower planes. It was easy to cast all kinds of negative energy spells here, and it also had a suppressive effect on positive energy spells. Ordinary people would become weak, sick, or even die in such an environment. Su Lin frowned. The environment made him uncomfortable, but it was still bearable. The thunder energy in his body flowed gently, forming an energy shield around his body. It blocked the energy of the blasphemous land. Su Lin exerted some force on his feet and soared into the air. He crossed the wall that was several meters high and entered the castle. Unlike the relaxed situation outside the castle, there were many guards inside the castle. It was obvious that they were relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside. After a brief observation, the strength of the guards in the castle was not bad. They were all strong and well-equipped. Some of them even looked like warriors from other places. The style of the weapons they used was completely different from that of the Kingdom of Florence. Such a powerful evil aura. It has changed the environment in reality. This monster has been here for a long time. Su Lin frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy for such extraterrestrial creatures, abyssal demons, hell devils, evil spirits, and other monsters to come to the material plane. They would be easily discovered if they relied on their own strength. It was obvious that this was an inside job. Since the appearance of the elemental tide, many people on the continent began to be restless. The elemental tide could make humans in the material plane stronger, but it would also make all kinds of demons, devils, and evil spirits in the lower planes restless. It could be said that every elemental tide was an opportunity. In the past few thousand years, there were always some lucky ones who took advantage of the elemental tide and the changes in the environment to seize the opportunity to become the new demon lord. Su Lin placed a few dimension markers made by Hathaway in the castle. He then flashed and arrived at the second floor of the castle. One of the rooms on the second floor suddenly opened, and a soldier walked out. It seemed like he was about to go out. Su Lin naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. A spiritual light flashed from his hand, and then instantly entered the soldier's body. Dominate human. The soldier's body stiffened for a second before returning to normal. Master! Although Su Len was only a part-time wizard, his spell-casting ability was not weak. According to the level conversion, he was already at level 13. The spell, Dominate Human, was very effective. It could directly control the opponent's mind. Of course, this kind of control was very rough. After the effect of the spell ended, the opponent would remember that they were being controlled. However, since Su Len had decided to get rid of the monster here, he would not keep the people in the castle any longer. Tell me everything you know about this place, Su Len ordered. The soldier in front of him did not hesitate at all. He directly told Su Len everything he knew about the castle and the things that happened in the castle. The owner of this castle was Count Ferdinand. This noble used to be the military minister of the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Su Len ascended to the throne, these important places were replaced by Sullen's own people. This once powerful military minister could only stay in San Felto City with his tail between his legs. After getting used to his authority, Count Ferdinand was unwilling to lose it all of a sudden. Thus, he joined the Church of Controllers by chance. After joining the Church of Controllers, Count Ferdinand's strength skyrocketed. What was even more unbelievable was that the previously weak Count Ferdinand was now at least a rank 3 knight. In this castle, other than the original soldiers and guards of Count Ferdinand, there were also many people from the Church of Controllers. On the surface, this castle did not seem to have changed at all. However, in fact, it had become a desecrated place. Count Ferdinand had even dragged the surrounding nobles into his war chariot. It could be said that the nobles in this area were rotten to the core. On the surface, the surrounding towns were still under the control of these nobles. However, in fact, they were under the control of the Church of Controllers. Sullen's face turned ugly. He was still very angry about this happening under his nose. When we get back, speed up the construction of the Imperial Secret Service. After getting the information he wanted and a rough map of the castle, Su Len continued to explore deeper. After walking through a corridor, Su Len suddenly heard some movements. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the corridor. "No, you can't do this. Let me go." A woman's exclamation was heard, followed by the sound of tearing cloth. Clang. Something seemed to have been knocked over. The soldiers standing outside did not show any expression. It was obvious that they were familiar with the situation inside. Sullen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something in an instant. He walked over in a flash. Under the effect of the invisibility spell, these soldiers did not notice Su Len at all. In the end, they were easily taken care of by Su Len. After taking care of a few guards, Su Len did not stop. He came to the door and used a little force to break the door lock. He then pushed the door open and entered. "Who let you in? Get out of here." A man's voice was full of energy as he scolded without even turning his head. Su Len pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s pushing a teenage girl onto the bed. The girl's clothes were torn apart, revealing her fair skin. Her face was covered in tears. "You must be Ferdinand." Su Len frowned. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the man's actions. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Count Ferdinand's expression was one of astonishment. When he saw Su Len, he froze for a moment before yelling, "Guards! Where the hell are you all? You don't even know that someone has broken in. What are you doing?" However, Su Len had already cast a soundproof spell in this space. No sound could be transmitted out. Naturally, no guards would come over. "Stop shouting. I've already sealed this place. No one can hear you even if you shout until your throat is hoarse," Su Len said with a cold smile. However, something seemed wrong. Why did this line sound so much like a villain's? He was like a bully who was about to force himself on a girl, and Ferdinand, bah. Su Len hurriedly shook his head and drove the figure of Ferdinand, a fat middle-aged man, out. That picture was too horrifying. Why are you looking for me? I think we can talk slowly in the study." Ferdinand realized that no guards were coming from outside. A bad feeling rose in his heart. As he spoke, he tried to stall for time. At the same time, he suddenly attacked. He grabbed the girl under him and threw her directly at Sulin. Then, he rolled over and dashed toward the weapon that was placed by the wall. Sulin reached out and caught the girl. Then, he put her down. With this delay, Ferdinand had already grabbed the weapon by the wall and stood up. With the weapon in his hand, Ferdinand looked very confident. He felt that everything was under his control. With a clang, he pulled out his sharp sword and pointed it at Sulin. "Kitor, how did you get here? Tell me, and I'll let you die easily. Or else." Chapter 445. Looking at Ferdinand, who was at most a level 3 knight, Sulin could not help but laugh. "Who gave you the courage to threaten me? Dominate humans?" A beam of light flashed past and hit Ferdinand in an instant. However, Ferdinand was not controlled directly. "What's going on?" Sulin looked at Count Ferdinand in surprise. Even if his strength had reached the level of a level 3 knight, according to the soldier, his strength was not obtained through training. Putting everything else aside, just his willpower alone should be at the level of an ordinary person. However, he was not controlled by his spell. As a level 13 spellcaster, even a warrior of the same level as Sulin might not be immune to his spell. Just as Sulin was feeling puzzled, Count Ferdinand's body suddenly twitched. His facial features began to contort and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely ferocious. In the next second, Ferdinand fell to the ground. Traces of blood seeped out from his body. His life force was rapidly weakening and disappearing. Has he been controlled by someone? At the sight of Count Ferdinand's look, Sulin suddenly recalled something. He walked up and snapped his fingers. At the same time, numerous tiny wind blades appeared and rapidly hovered over Ferdinand's head. As a result, his brown curly hair fell off in a split second, exposing his scalp. On his smooth scalp, there were many terrifying scars. Mind flayers? Sulin recognized the origin of the scars at a glance. Mind flayers were also known as spirit suckers. They were a notorious creature in the multiverse and were the best at enslaving others. It was said that spirit suckers were not creatures from this universe of the Crystal Wall system. Instead, they migrated here from another universe of the Crystal Wall system. These monsters were ferocious and ugly, with sharp mouthparts and octopus-like tentacles. They were naturally proficient in psychic abilities. An adult spirit-sucking monster was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 170 kilograms. Its eyes had no pupils and were milky white in color. Its head was like an octopus, and its skin was light purple. There was also a layer of reflective mucus on the surface of its body. These creatures were hermaphroditic. Mind flayers usually lived in the underworld. These monsters liked to enslave other races, such as the Grey Dwarves. There was a time when the Grey Dwarves were enslaved by the Mind Flayers, until the Grey Dwarf hero rose and led the Grey Dwarves to escape the Mind Flayers' control. In the past, the Mind Flayers lived in the astral boundary and formed a huge empire to enslave the Giths. Later on, the Giths created a powerful divine artifact. With the help of the divine artifact, they defeated the powerful Mind Flayers. The glorious Mind Flayers' empire then collapsed. In the end, they could only hide in the Underdark to survive. Unexpectedly, these Mind Flayers dared to come to the surface world and cause trouble. The appearance of the Mind Flayers also let Sulin know that the Brain Hunter was at least an adult. Only powerful adult Brain Hunters could attract Mind Flayers as their followers. Some especially powerful Brain Hunters would even have perfect Mind Flayers as their partners. Looks like the things in the altar below are a little troublesome. Sulin frowned slightly. My lord, save me, save me. Seeing Sulin easily kill Count Ferdinand, the frightened girl suddenly came back to her senses and scrambled to Sulin's side. Sorry, I still have things to do. It's going to be very dangerous, so I can't bring you along. However, there will be chaos here in a while. Those guards probably won't be able to take care of you. You just have to run for your life when the time comes. Sulin didn't agree. He casually tossed the weapon next to him to defend herself, then turned and left the room. After leaving the room, Su Len continued to walk down. After reaching this place, there were no longer any soldiers patrolling. Instead, there were some humans in black robes. There was a strong aura of negative energy on these people's bodies, as well as a nauseating stench. Su Luan's figure flashed and arrived beside these black-robed men. A long halberd surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed and these black-robed men didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed by the storm war halberd. The formidable power of lightning turned their corpses into charcoal. The black-robed people fell to the ground like wheat being cut down. Su Len quickly sneaked into the castle. Until now, no one had discovered him. Accompanied by flashing lightning, the enemies were turned into charcoal one after another. Along the way, there were more than 10 charcoal corpses. These people from the Church of Controllers were not much stronger than chickens in front of Su Len. After passing through a hall, Su Len continued to walk down. There were many strange and eerie murals on the walls of the corridor. These murals were carved with all kinds of strange monsters. The most eye-catching one was an ugly monster that looked like a brain. It had many tentacles, dozens of eyes, a ferocious mouth, and spider-like legs. It looked very creepy. At the end of the corridor, a door blocked his way. Su Len could clearly sense the strong negative energy behind the door. He didn't need to guess to know that the monster he was looking for was inside. Su Len smiled and didn't go in directly. The commotion just now must have alerted the people inside. Perhaps they were waiting for Su Len to break in. Mind Link. Su Len directly activated the mind link that Hathaway had cast on him. In an instant, he crossed thousands of miles and connected with Hathaway. Hathaway, activate the group teleportation spell and teleport the golem army. Su Len said directly in his mind. Understood. Hathaway immediately acted. Northwind Principality, Northwind Tower, Astrology Platform. Hathaway was wearing a gorgeous wizard robe. Her eyes were closed. A powerful elemental energy rose from her body. Runes lit up under her feet. Hathaway waved her arm, and a beam of light descended from the sky. In an instant, 12 fully charged steel golems were enveloped. In the next second, a portal opened. The beam of light connected to the steel golems and they disappeared without a trace. Boom! There was a loud noise. 12 steel golems suddenly appeared in front of her. As soon as they appeared, they attacked. The heavy door was directly sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Flames, ice, lightning, and even powerful psionic fluctuations smashed at the steel golems. However, under the powerful magical defense of the steel golems, no serious damage was caused. At most, the surface of the golems was blackened. The psionic blasts had no effect on the steel golems. The steel golems were immune to all psionic and mental attacks. After a wave of attacks, there was no result. Before these people could react, the steel golems' counterattack arrived. Enemy discovered. Activate attack command. Activate energy attack. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the steel golems' arms suddenly turned. Then, something like a cannon barrel appeared on their arms. Then, energy cannons were instantly fired. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded. The black-robed people were directly torn to pieces by these energy cannons. Even the mind flayers were in a sorry state. Facing these steel golems, 80% of the mind flayers' strength was crippled. Their psionic abilities were completely ineffective. Their magic attack damage was weakened, and their physical attacks were directly crushed. The 12 steel golems quickly advanced with heavy footsteps. All the enemies in front of them were eliminated. While the steel golems were displaying their might, Su Len didn't stay idle. He quickly took out the runic seals made by Hathaway and activated them. In just a few breaths, all the dozen runic seals were successfully activated. Spatial sealing array activated. A magic light appeared in an instant. Then, the space around the castle instantly became extremely tough. The difficulty of casting teleportation spells increased by several levels. It became very difficult to cast spatial spells. Quick, wake up, master. Facing Sullen's offensive, those human cultists simply couldn't stop it. Every time the steel golems brandished their weapons, at least one cultist would be killed. Even the mind flayers suffered heavy losses. A crazy cultist took out a scarlet dagger and then frantically stabbed his own heart. In the end, he even muttered some indescribable language. After the blood spurted out, it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it gathered in the air and quickly extracted the blood from his body. That cultist turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blood on the ground was drawn by that strange power. A large amount of blood quickly gathered. At the same time, on the underground altar, the blood of the dozen girls who had already fallen in a pool of blood was all extracted. A large amount of blood soaked into the altar. A phantom slowly emerged from the altar. At the same time, a terrifying evil energy also appeared on the altar. As the evil light spread, the phantom also became solid. It had the appearance of an ugly brain, a dozen disgusting tentacles, scarlet eyes, a hideous mouth, and long legs like a spider. Mind Flayer. Sullen's eyes narrowed. The powerful lightning energy in his body quickly circulated. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Lightning Domain. A powerful force of thunder and lightning burst out from him, and Su-Lun was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Countless thunder snakes wandered back and forth in the space around him, and the dim basement was illuminated by the lightning. Thunderstorm spell. Lightning surged. A lightning energy as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. It directly penetrated the top few floors of the castle and instantly struck the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer's body moved slightly. He wanted to teleport away. However, as soon as he moved, Su-Lun, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly activated the anti-magic domain. There was already a spatial seal. In addition to Sullen's anti-magic domain, the Mind Flayer's teleportation was instantly interrupted. Before he could dodge, he was hit by the violent lightning. Chapter 446. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the Brain Hunter, and the powerful lightning energy exploded on the Brain Hunter's body. Even the altar below collapsed under the aftermath of the attack. The Brain Hunter's huge body twitched violently, and small cracks appeared on the surface of its body, but they quickly recovered. Although his body looked like a brain and seemed to be easily injured, in fact, his own defense was very strong. The evil spirit energy force field surrounding his body could weaken attacks. A brain full of arcane energy. Such a perfect brain, it must taste delicious. The Brain Hunter stared at Sullen's head with greedy eyes. Su-Lun was a wizard, but he was also a spellcaster. To the Brain Hunter, a spellcaster's head was very attractive. Brain sucking. The Brain Hunter waved its tentacles at Su-Lun, and a powerful psionic ability suddenly appeared. Su-Lun instantly felt his scalp tingling, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his mind. Without thinking, Su-Lun subconsciously dodged, and the ground under his feet shattered. His body instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. As soon as he stood still, he saw a terrifying psionic ability suddenly appear at the place where he was fighting. If Su-Lun didn't have the talent of the sixth sense, he would have dodged the attack in advance. Otherwise, his brain would have been hit directly. However, the Brain Hunter seemed to have captured his position. The area of the hall was not big, and other than its family, Su-Lun was the only normal human. After discovering that Su-Lun had dodged, it suddenly threw out a few tentacles. The tentacles that were originally 2 to 3 meters long suddenly began to expand, and the tentacles instantly turned into twisted poisonous snakes that were more than 20 meters long. They fiercely whipped at Su-Lun. Bang! The protective barrier spell on the ring was shattered in an instant. Sullen's storm battle halberd swept across and blocked the tentacle's attack. However, there was not only one tentacle attacking Su-Lun, but several. One of the tentacles twisted in a direction and whipped at Su-Lun again. Su-Lun twisted his body, and the tentacle almost brushed past Sullen's body and hit the ground beside him, which directly shattered the ground. Thunder Prison. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body. After activating the Thunder territory, Sullen's control of thunder and lightning was further improved. There were countless thunder snakes swimming in the area of 50 meters around him. Powerful thunder and lightning burst out in an instant, and the thunder and lightning turned into a cage, trapping the brain hunter in an instant. In the next second, endless thunder and lightning power burst out. The brain hunter's huge body trembled, and then a powerful evil force erupted from its body. The two forces collided violently, and with a roar, the thunder prison was directly broken by it. Chain of fireballs. Scorching flames appeared in an instant, and 5 football-sized fireballs directly smashed into the brain hunter's ferocious mouth. Flames flew everywhere, and waves of air rolled. The brain hunter had a special teleportation ability, and its casting speed was very fast. Ordinary wizards would need to coordinate with hand gestures when casting flash, but the brain hunter could directly disappear. Although Su Lin had used Hathaway's space-sealing rune circle and his anti-magic territory before the battle began, it only increased the difficulty of casting spells. It could not cast spells as it pleased. Every time it cast a spell, it could not use the elemental energy in the surrounding space. It could only use its own energy, and without replenishment, every time the brain hunter cast a spell, it would consume its own energy. After all, the space-sealing rune circle made by Hathaway was only temporary, and she did not personally make it. Moreover, even if Hathaway personally made a barrier to seal this space, it would still be difficult to completely stop the brain hunter's spatial spells. This was because the castle was constantly emitting blasphemous energy. As for the dimensional anchor, the brain hunter was very alert. It did not give Su Lin any chance to use the dimensional anchor to lock it. A twisted tentacle shot out. Although it looked like a tentacle, as long as one was hit, the water in one's body would be instantly extracted. Moreover, once one was entangled by this tentacle, one would have to face the pincer attack of more than a dozen tentacles. But the most annoying thing is to fight with enemies with so many hands or tentacles. The advantage is too big. Su Lin cursed as he dodged a tentacle. More than 10 tentacles attacked one after another. You only have 2 hands. You have no morals at all. Moreover, the brain hunter's attack was almost without warning. It was completely launched with its mind. Su Lin could not capture the opponent's attack trajectory because the brain hunter was a semi-void creature. It completely ignored the terrain, and all of its movements violated the laws of physics. If it was not for his sixth sense, which could predict danger, it would be even more difficult to deal with this kind of enemy. Death Strangle. More than 10 tentacles mixed with rich negative energy shot out. However, the target was not Su Lin, but more than 10 steel golems around. It turned out that the steel golems had taken advantage of the time when Su Lin and the brain hunter were fighting to kill all the cultists and mind flayers. The brain hunter was very dangerous to humans. After all, its ability was to restrain flesh and blood. However, it was not enough to deal with the golems. Brain-sucking talent was useless, poison was useless, and the biting effect was limited. The steel golem's physical defense was still very good, and the tentacles could only cause ordinary damage. But the steel golem was different. The 12 energy cannons instantly hit the brain hunter, and light flickered. These energy cannons were a bit more powerful than 6 circle spells, but they didn't cause much damage to the brain hunter. This kind of attack wasn't harmful to the brain hunter, but it was extremely humiliating. The brain hunter was furious after being hit by the energy cannons. More than 10 tentacles waved and attacked the steel golems. The steel golems that weighed several tons were also hit by the tentacles, but the damage was not high. The brain hunter was also a very dangerous creature in the multiverse. It was said that the strongest brain hunter had even seized the brain of a demigod. Even the holy form of the gods was dangerous when facing this monster. The main reason was that their ability was too strong against flesh and blood. When you face this kind of monster, not only do you have to deal with its attacks, but you also have to deal with its brain-sucking ability. A brain hunter could retain up to 13 brains, and each additional brain would increase its level by 1. If all 13 brains were filled, then the brain hunter would have an additional 13 levels, and its strength would increase to level 39. This level of brain hunter was not much worse than some gods. Brain hunters were very difficult to kill. Other than the fact that their bodies were invisible, the other reason was their teleportation ability. Although part of their teleportation ability was restricted, it was still far from enough to kill them. Su Len turned his palm, and a flag wrapped in elemental energy appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Dragon flag. The moment the Wind Dragon flag was taken out, Su Len directly activated the skill, Lightning Storm, attached to it. A powerful energy burst out in an instant, and endless thunder and lightning gathered. A large number of dark clouds appeared above the castle, and the castle was shrouded. The sky suddenly darkened, and tornadoes rose. The tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall seemed to connect the earth to the sky. In these tornadoes, there were countless thunder and lightning flashing. A powerful storm suddenly appeared and quickly attacked the castle. The guards outside the castle were directly swept up by the storm and disappeared in the thunder and lightning. Rumble! Thunder and lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the castle. The castle, which was originally built with hard rock, began to crack. Under the continuous thunder and lightning attack, many parts of the castle began to collapse. In the basement, due to the environmental factors, the effect of the lightning storm was not very good. Even so, the entire underground hall was occupied by the power of thunder and lightning. The ruthless and endless power of thunder and lightning occupied this space, and did not give the brain hunter a chance to escape. Thunder and lightning covered the brain hunter's body, and the dense thunder and lightning directly broke the energy shield on the surface of its body, leaving a large area of scorched marks on its body. If this was not underground, but outside, Su Len was even confident that he could beat the brain hunter half to death with the lightning storm. If there was a suitable weather, Su Len could directly trigger a natural thunderstorm, and it would not be impossible to directly kill the brain hunter. The chaotic power of thunder and lightning had a great impact on the space transmission, and the brain hunter's space flash was completely ineffective. Bigby's crushing palm. Su Luan's silhouette flashed and instantly rushed towards the brain hunter. A 4-meter big palm quickly flew out and ruthlessly hit the brain hunter's body. The Bigby's spells were much more effective against this kind of life form. The brain hunter screamed, and its huge body was directly sent flying by the slap. Many cracks appeared on its body, and there were even drops of black blood scattered on the ground. Its body even went into a temporary state of rigidity. After sending it flying with the Bigby spell, Su Len did not stop, and his body flashed and rushed up again. The brain hunter had extremely high magic and physical defense. It was estimated that it would be impossible to kill it with magic attacks alone, even if Su Len exhausted all his energy. The storm halberd appeared in his hand, and the endless power of thunder and lightning gathered on the storm halberd in an instant. The whole weapon was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning was also attracted by the storm halberd. A powerful force gathered on the storm halberd. Chapter 447. Cat's Grace, Maximum Spell. Dragon Strength, Maximum Spell. Greater Haste, Maximum Spell. Owl's Insight, Maximum Spell. Bear's Tenacity, Maximum Spell. Weakening Curse, Maximum Spell. Greater Slow, Maximum Spell. In an instant, a large number of spells flashed. Su Len instantly released the spells that he had prepared. His already powerful aura became even stronger, and the brain hunter's speed was significantly reduced. Su Len instantly appeared in front of the brain hunter and swung the storm battle halberd that was already in its full state. Bang! A pair of wings made entirely of lightning energy appeared on his back. Sullen's power was also fully unleashed at this moment. The storm battle halberd carried an infinite amount of lightning energy. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness and slashed toward the brain hunter. The tentacles that were blocking the attack were directly cut off by the storm battle halberd. The originally tough and sturdy tentacles were easily cut off. The storm battle halberd even left a deep wound on the brain hunter's body. The lightning energy gushed out and turned the wound into a charred black. At the same time, Sullen's figure quickly disappeared. With the help of the surrounding lightning and the pair of lightning wings behind him, Su Len had a teleportation ability. At the same time, the tentacles on the brain hunter's head instantly shot out and turned into poisonous snakes that attacked Sullen's previous position. Although Su Len was a half-baked spellcaster, after activating the Thunder Domain and Lightning Storm, this area had completely become his home ground. He could quickly flash in this space, and the brain hunter was greatly hindered. The battle between the two sides became more intense. Su Len, who was in his full state, was getting more and more comfortable with the fight. Several tentacles of the brain hunter were scattered on the ground. The tentacles on the brain hunter's head were quickly being cut off. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before all the tentacles were cut off. In the face of such a crisis, the brain hunter was obviously very flustered. Its figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Su Len. Sullen's storm battle halberd did not dodge, and a powerful psionic ability instantly erupted in its body. Brain sucking. At such a close distance, even with his sixth sense talent, Su Len was unable to dodge in time. The powerful psionic ability instantly hit Sullen's head, but at this moment, the silver ring on his fingers suddenly erupted with psionic energy. Spirit defense. An invisible protective energy instantly enveloped him. Bang! His spirit defense successfully blocked the brain hunter's brain-sucking attack. However, even though he managed to block the attack, his spirit defense was on the verge of collapsing. The next attack would definitely break it. After being attacked, Su Len did not retreat. Instead, he waved the storm halberd in his hand even faster, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. In just a moment, another tentacle was cut off by him, leaving a serious wound on the brain hunter's body. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Sullen's figure flashed and quickly retreated, avoiding the brain hunter's entanglement. He did not want to be entangled by the brain hunter. His heart defense could only last for a while. If he was entangled, even if he managed to kill the brain hunter, he would have to pay a painful price. The brain hunter, who had been suppressed by Su Len, became even more violent. It constantly attacked Su Len and tried to completely break the surrounding space. The restrictions here greatly affected its combat power. Sinister Strike. A tentacle mixed with dense evil energy shot out and instantly appeared in front of Su Len. Sullen's halberd blocked it, but his body was directly sent flying a few meters. In the next second, when Su Len was about to flash again, he suddenly realized that more than 2/3 of the energy in his body had been consumed. Although the brain hunter in front of him looked miserable, its vitality was still very strong. It would not be easy to kill it in a short time. Boom! A sharp bone spike suddenly pierced out from the ground. Su Len moved his feet and instantly dodged it. However, a second bone spike pierced out from the ground and instantly attacked his defense barrier. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Sharp bone spikes shot out one after another. The sharp bone spikes continuously attacked Su Len. At the same time, the brain hunter's huge body rushed over again. This can't go on. Su Len continuously dodged the brain hunter's attacks. Hathaway, are you ready? Su Len opened the telepathic communication and asked. Ready? Hathaway's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. After hearing Hathaway's voice, Su Len showed a touch of joy. Finally! Let's see if you can survive this time. Activate the long-range attack. Okay, Hathaway said. Get ready, prepare to open the space passage. The North Wind Tower's particle cannon was only at the basic level. Fortunately, its attack range was 500 kilometers. However, this place was more than 500 kilometers away from the North Town. In order to use the North Wind Tower's particle cannon, some special methods had to be used. Wizard Tower Spirit Milky Way activated. Elemental Pool activated. Calculating the space coordinates. The space coordinates have been connected. Beginning to lock the space coordinates. Opening the space passage. Charging the magic energy particle railgun. Charging 5%, 10%, 90%, 95%, 100%, charging complete. After the brain hunter discovered that Sullen's attack had weakened, it began to reconstruct Su Len to launch a counterattack. The brain hunter hated the man who cut off its antennae. Brain drain. The spirit shield blocked the attack once again. However, after this, the spirit shield was completely shattered and disappeared. Sullen's body flew out. All the defensive spells on his body had been shattered. Due to the lack of energy, Sulen kept dodging the Brain Hunter's attacks. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in the battle. At this time, the entire castle could not withstand the destruction of the two and finally collapsed. Phyllis and Alex stood on a hill in the distance and saw the scenery around the castle. She could not capture the movement of the two sides at all. However, she could determine Sullen's position through the flashing light in the air. The space passage has been opened. A strong elemental energy was activated from Hathaway's body. In the next second, a space passage appeared in front of them. The other side of the space passage was the sky above the castle, beginning to lock onto the target enemy. Target enemy has been locked. Rumble. Along with the trembling of the ground, the Brain Hunter's huge body moved again. It was a little irritable that it could not kill Sulen. But Sulen was sent flying again. However, the visual level in the air had been activated. Ding. Target detected. There are other areas around the target. Target locked. Sulen heard the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way. Dimensional anchor. Thunder prison. This time, Sullen's figure suddenly rose into the air. Endless thunder and lightning instantly exploded and turned into a thunder and lightning cage, trapping the Brain Hunter again. At the same time, Milky Way's voice sounded in the northern wind tower. Magic particle railgun. Fire. The entire wizard tower shook violently. The fully charged magic particle railgun instantly exploded. Terrifying elemental energy was shot out from the top of the wizard tower. In the sky, a purple pulse of energy shot out. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly disappearing into the spatial tunnel in the air. Although it was just a flash, because of the huge energy trajectory, it left a purple light trace in the sky that did not disappear for a long time. Countless people in the northern town saw the terrifying energy beam. The Church of Wisdom, the Church of War, the Church of Dawn, and other churches in the northern town had a look of fear in their eyes. Magic particle railgun? How did he get such a powerful weapon? Looks like we don't pay enough attention to him. Immediately report to the temple. Who is he dealing with that he actually needs to use such a weapon? Is he trying to show us? Just after the wizard tower fired the magic particle railgun, all the major temples in the northern town immediately decided to suspend all activities in the Northern Wind Duchy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Rumble. The purple railgun passed through the space passage. The energy beam that was emitting a shocking elemental wave fell from the sky. The already dilapidated castle was instantly pierced through like a thin piece of paper. The Brain Hunter, who had just been restrained, became extremely frightened at this moment. It frantically struggled to break free from the cage. The cage made of thunder and lightning was on the verge of collapsing under its struggle. It did not care about the damage caused by the thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning chains were constantly collapsing, and it was about to break free completely. The dazzling light beam instantly hit the Brain Hunter. After a violent explosion, the entire world seemed to have sunk into silence. The originally tall and majestic castle had completely disappeared, replaced by a shocking crater. The terrifying shockwave formed a giant mushroom cloud that was over 100 meters tall. Countless clouds of dust covered the sky as the shockwave quickly spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, trees and buildings were swept away like leaves being swept away by a gust of wind. A protective barrier lit up in front of Sulen and blocked the shockwave. When all the dust settled, the others could finally see the situation on the battlefield. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. The original castle was directly wiped out from the ground. Not even a piece of broken wall was left. The original location of the castle had become a deep pit that was about 500 meters deep. The pit was more than 50 meters deep, and the edge of the pit had completely turned into hard crystals. The Brain Hunter that was in the center of the explosion had completely disappeared. It was directly hit by the magic particle railgun. Even if the Brain Hunter was in perfect condition, It would not be able to withstand this level of attack. Chapter 448. No, it's not dead yet. Su Len suddenly reacted. He didn't hear the system prompt, which meant that the brain hunter was still alive. At this moment, there were some noises coming from the black hole at the bottom of the battlefield. Then, a severely mutilated brain hunter appeared in front of him. The brain hunter looked extremely miserable. The tentacles on its head had all disappeared, and only 3 of its 12 spidery legs were left. His brain-like body had become tattered, and only 5 of his 13 eyes remained intact. Half of his body had disappeared without a trace, and his life force had fallen to the lowest point. The brain hunter's ethereal body didn't have any fatal parts, and its life force was extremely tenacious. It actually survived the tactical attack just now. Although it survived, it was now in a very dangerous state, and its life force was very weak. As soon as a brain hunter escaped from the particle cannon, it flew away without hesitation. It was obvious that the attack just now had scared it out of its wits. Want to run? Say. Sullen's figure appeared out of thin air again and blocked the brain hunter's path. He was also a little worried about the brain hunter's tenacious life force, but since the cannon didn't kill it, he would directly hack it to death. Dimensional anchor. A magic light flashed and instantly hit the brain hunter's ethereal body. Its body that had already entered the alternate dimension was directly expelled. Confinement. 5 high-quality magic gems instantly turned into little fluorescent lights. This was a confinement tool specially made by Hathaway. It could even trap the brain hunter for a few seconds. A silver-white rune appeared in an instant, and then directly restrained the brain hunter's body. Slash. Su Luan's figure flashed and appeared beside the brain hunter. He swung the Storm War halberd in his hand and swung it down. Endless lightning formed a lightning blade on the halberd's blade. Following a flash of lightning, the brain hunter before him was instantly split in half. The storm halberd was very sharp and had the effect of breaking magic. With Sullen's great strength and weakness detection, he could directly kill the brain hunter. A strong negative energy aura instantly spread from his corpse, and the surrounding lightning power spontaneously attacked, directly dispersing the negative energy that had condensed into a solid entity. Soul binding technique. Su Len took out a high-quality magic gem that he had prepared beforehand. A dazzling radiance blossomed from the gem. Purple magic energy gushed out and directly turned into chains that instantly wrapped around the black mist. The black mist was instantly dispersed, revealing the soul of the brain hunter. An energy vortex suddenly appeared with the magical gemstone as the center. An invisible suction force tore at the soul of the brain hunter, trying to pull it into the vortex. Realizing that this was its last chance, the brain hunter struggled to escape. However, the rune chains on its body tightly bound it and pulled it into the vortex bit by bit. In the end, the brain hunter let out a miserable shriek as it was completely pulled into the gemstone by the chains. As the brain hunter's soul was absorbed into the magical gemstone, the originally dazzling magical gemstone quickly turned into a pure black gemstone. There was even an evil force field around the gemstone. This magical gemstone had been transformed into an extremely evil magic stone by the soul of the brain hunter. If it was left alone, this magic stone would constantly emit an evil aura that would slowly change the surrounding environment and even corrupt ordinary people. Thunder prison. Endless lightning appeared again. Su Len gently threw this magic stone into the thunder prison. The endless lightning quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the thunder prison had shrunk to the size of the magic stone. With a flash of lightning, it instantly merged with the magic stone. A piece of black gemstone gently fell into Sullen's hand. The original evil aura had all disappeared. Su Len heaved a sigh of relief. With the death of the brain hunter, Su Len also dispersed the thunder territory. After all, there was not much energy in his body now. Su Len casually put away the 2 halves of the brain hunter's corpse. He looked around and then prepared to leave. The entire castle had disappeared, so naturally, there were no other spoils. Su Len felt a little regretful. One must know that aristocrats generally accumulated a lot of wealth in their castles. These were originally his spoils of war, but they were all gone with a single blast. Next time, I should take the spoils of war away in advance. Su Lin glanced at the deep pit and said, in addition to the brain hunter's corpse, Sullen's 12 steel golems also needed to be teleported back. During the battle just now, these steel golems had already escaped in advance. Although they were still a little damaged, their soul cores were intact. They could be used again after some repairs. The original location of the castle had turned into a deep pit. It seemed that the attack just now had opened up the underground water layer. Water continued to appear in this deep pit. Perhaps it would not be long before a small lake appeared here, outside the battlefield. When Sullen's figure landed from the sky, Alex and Phyllis, who were waiting at the side, immediately rushed over. Did you get rid of that monster? Are you hurt? Was that attack just now Sister Hathaway cast? It's too powerful. Su Lin stretched out his hand and knocked on their heads. Then he said, okay, it's done. Let's get out of here first. The earth-shattering commotion just now naturally alarmed many people. If it were not for the fact that they did not dare to approach, they would have already come to watch the show. Su Lin snapped his fingers and contacted Hathaway through the telepathic link. He asked her to open the teleportation portal. A magic light descended from the sky, and Sullen's group, along with the steel golems, all disappeared. After dealing with the brain hunter, Su Lin returned to the Northwind Tower. Hathaway, who had been anxiously waiting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for the fact that the particle cannon needed someone to operate and open the portal, she would have gone with Su Lin. Sister Hathaway, you're too powerful. Was that purple beam of light a spell you cast? It's too powerful. Such a big castle just disappeared, and the place where it used to be turned into a lake. And that ugly big bug was also cut in half by Su Lin. It was a thrilling adventure. I'm going to record it down and let the bards sing it. Alex, who was talking non-stop, was directly cast by Su Luin's anti-magic and muting technique. His mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't make any sound. Su Lin took out the body of the brain hunter just now and handed it to Hathaway. This is the body of the brain hunter. Deal with it as you see fit. Phyllis and Alex returned to San Felto City. The battle just now must have alarmed the people of San Felto City. You two go back and guard it in case the people below have other ideas. Alright, that's all for now. I need to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Su Lin arranged everything and went into seclusion. The battle just now could be said to be the most difficult battle Su Lin had ever encountered. The energy in his body was almost depleted, so he did not check his rewards immediately. Instead, he used meditation to recover his energy. The seclusion room was connected to the elemental pool. The elemental energy here was abnormally abundant. When Su Lin was meditating, a large amount of elemental energy began to enter his body. When Su Lin woke up again, he had completely recovered. After getting up and moving his body, Su Lin began to check his rewards. The battle is over. You have obtained an epic victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained 352,100 experience points. You have obtained the item Star Iron. You have obtained the item Adamantine Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mountain Copper Ingot X3. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained the Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully destroyed the stronghold of the Overseer cult. You have obtained an epic victory. You have obtained 283,000 experience points. The Overseer Cult Annihilation Battle, Advanced Legendary. In October 1688 of the Huiwe calendar, you have discovered traces of the Overseer cult. After searching for a while, you have found their stronghold. You have successfully raided this stronghold and eliminated the mind flayers and brain hunters. Your name has spread widely across the continent. Prestige plus 10. The experience points gained this time were a lot. Su Lin directly leveled up to level 28. The 2 attribute points he obtained were also added to his dexterity. He didn't obtain many items this time, but he did obtain a lot of precious metals. Star iron was a metal that was very rare in the prime material plane. It was usually only found in the astral plane. This was the core left behind after the death of a star. It was a very precious metal that had many uses. The legendary neutron star golem required this metal. In addition to these, adamantine, mithril, and mountain copper were also precious metals. After making the particle cannon, the precious metals stored in the Northwind Tower had been depleted. Now that he had these, it was just enough to replenish them. The reward this time was also 2 diamond treasure chests. These should be the best treasure chests at the moment. Including these 2, Su Lin had only obtained 3 of these treasure chests. Opening the storage space, the 2 crystal-clear diamond treasure chests appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Su Lin chose to open the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Danger Tungsten Steel X1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Transformations Golden Pill X1. After hearing the system prompt, Su Lin immediately checked the attributes of the 2 items. Danger Tungsten Steel, a magical metal that fell from the heavens. It is a precious magical material that is one of the materials used to forge divine artifacts. The Danger Tungsten Steel contains a magical power. After equipping it, you will receive a buff: mental strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, innate effects, mana recovery, mind's eye. Attribute bonuses above 50 are ineffective. Chapter 449. The perilous tungsten steel was the same as the 9th heaven black iron. They were both materials used to forge artifacts. Moreover, the material itself had power and could increase attributes. It just so happened that the original perilous tungsten steel had lost its effect. His mental strength had long exceeded 30 points. Now, this perilous tungsten steel came at the right time. The upper limit of his mental strength increased to 50 points. Moreover, the 2 additional talents were also very good. The mana recovery effect was doubled compared to before. The other talent was Heart's Eye, which could see through illusions. With this talent, he would be able to ignore most illusion spells. Illusionists would be beaten up in front of him. Moreover, this perilous tungsten steel was a material used to forge artifacts. It would be useful when he had the ability to forge artifacts in the future. The other item from the diamond treasure chest was the 9 Transformation Golden Pill. The name of this item sounded very impressive. Su Lin couldn't wait to check it out. 9 Transformation Golden Pill, a miraculous pill made with 36 rare herbs and hundreds of potions. It has incredible medicinal effects. After use, it can increase 5 free attribute points. A bottle of 5 pills. Increase 5 free attribute points. After seeing the effect of this bottle of elixir, Su Lin also beamed with joy. With this elixir, he could soon increase all his attributes to 50 points. This pill was much more effective than the Jade Fragment Golden Pill, Wisdom Leaf, and Big Dipper Serum. After carefully putting away this bottle of pills, Su Lin took out the most valuable loot. It was the magical gem that imprisoned the Brain Hunter's soul. The Brain Hunter was worshipped as a god by the Overseer cult. Although it wasn't a true god and was only a false god, an evil god, the worship of its believers had brought it a lot of benefits, the most obvious of which was its divinity. After Su Lin killed the Brain Hunter, he found divinity in its soul. This was also the reason why the Brain Hunter's soul didn't leave behind a legendary grade soul crystal. On this soul-binding stone, other than the Brain Hunter's soul, there were 2 more divinity. Divinity was the most mystical energy in the multiverse. It could fuse with all kinds of energy. It didn't matter if the energy was noble or lowly, holy or evil, orderly or chaotic. The gods had divinity, and so did the demons and devils. Even the evil gods and abominations had divinity. This power seemed to come from the bloodline, but it also seemed to come from the soul. Like most divine creatures and abominations, The divinity in their bodies mostly came from the bloodline. Because their parents or ancestors were gods or related to gods, they inherited the bloodline of gods and thus had divinity. Demigod liches didn't have any flesh or blood, but they had divinity. This divinity came from their souls. Then there were the ancient demonic creatures and monsters that also had divinity in their souls. Even at the most glorious time of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists had not thoroughly studied the secrets of divine power. Of course, they had gained something. Since the age of thorium, these arcanists had been eager to master the power of divinity. They even thought about seizing the power of the gods. One of the craziest arcanists even specially researched and invented a 12-circle super spell, Casus's Gate. He succeeded but also failed. He succeeded because he successfully killed a god and seized the power of the god. He failed because the body of an ordinary person couldn't bear the huge power of the god and exploded. The final result was a huge disaster in the age of thorium. And because of this reason, Casus's Gate was banned, and all spells were destroyed. Of course, there were also some arcanists who turned into liches for a long life. They studied some secrets of divinity for a long time and became demigod liches. Su Len brought the magical stone that sealed the brain hunter to the astrology platform. At this time, Hathaway was looking through the information. She was now studying the puzzle. The wizard tower didn't have a puzzle to protect it. Is this the soul-binding stone of the brain hunter? Seeing Su Len coming, Hathaway said in surprise. Yes. Su Len nodded and said, "Come and help me. I need to separate the divinity and soul power in its soul." But Hathaway nodded. The two of them quickly set up a runic array and placed the soul-binding stone inside the runic array. With the powerful energy rushing out of the element pool, Surin and Hathaway's figures were suspended in the air, one on the left and one on the right. Unseal. A light flashed in Sullen's hand, and the soul-binding stone flew directly. The lightning power on the surface of the soul-binding stone began to slowly release. In an instant, an evil aura appeared from the soul-binding stone. Soul extraction. Hathaway reached out and grabbed the soul-binding stone. Then, silver runic chains appeared and shot into the soul-binding stone. In the next second, the brain hunter's painful howl sounded on the astrology platform. As the silver chains continued to pull, the soul of the brain hunter was slowly dragged out. The brain hunter that was dragged out struggled frantically to get rid of the silver chains. However, under Hathaway's power, all its movements were in vain. Soul extraction. Su Len waved his staff, and a purple soul power was instantly extracted from the soul of the brain hunter. This power was filled with evil, depravity, and other negative emotions. This was also the origin of the evil power of the brain hunter. Su Len did not choose to integrate this evil power into his body. Instead, he took out a high-purity magic gem and directly sealed this soul power in it. After extracting a part of the soul power, this part of the brain hunter's soul power was quickly exhausted. The last part of the soul body that was extracted by Hathaway had become translucent. In this part of the soul, a faint golden energy appeared. This golden energy was divinity. Seeing that the soul power was exhausted, Sullen's hand flashed, and he ended the soul extraction. Then, he waved his staff again and began to separate the divinity in the soul of the brain hunter. Su Len was now very familiar with the divinity. He instantly activated his powerful power and directly extracted the divinity from the soul of the brain hunter. Then, he integrated it into his body little by little. Divinity extraction. The golden divinity was extracted from the brain hunter's body. Divinity was a very strange power. It could be integrated with various powers, and it could also be completely separated and integrated into one's body. Of course, during the integration, the consciousness carried by the divinity must be removed. The divinity of the natural gods was the easiest to remove. These natural gods were very rare. The divinity of the lower planes was the hardest to remove, such as demons, devils, evil gods, abominations, and so on. These divinity contained too many consciousnesses. In the beginning, it was not a big problem. However, if it was not removed, These divinity consciousnesses would slowly accumulate. When enough was accumulated, schizophrenia was only a small problem. It could even directly cause Sullen's mind to be confused and have a mental breakdown. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for ordinary people to integrate divinity. Of course, even gods would be affected by divinity. Many gods were even unknowingly affected by the consciousness in divinity. Gods were not as good as one imagined. Many gods would slowly be affected by these forces after mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. Their various behaviors would also be affected. If the gods could not remove these consciousnesses as much as possible, they would eventually become slaves to the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. At that time, it would not be them mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity, but they would become the embodiment of the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. In comparison, the divinity of the natural gods was easier to integrate. However, there were too few of them. As traces of pale golden divinity were extracted, Sullen's body flashed. Then he began to guide these divinities into his body. These divinities turned into extremely fine golden threads and poured into his body. With the entry of this divinity, if his soul left his body at this time, he would find that a large number of golden threads had appeared on his soul. In addition to his soul, even the golden color of his blood had increased a little. Sullen had long discovered that changes in the soul would affect changes in the body. Similarly, changes in the body would gradually affect the soul. The body and the soul affected each other. Soon, a trace of satisfaction came from Sullen's body and soul. He stopped the absorption of divinity when his body reached the limit of divinity absorption. Thunder flashed on Sullen's body, and the soul of the brain hunter was once again sealed in the magic gemstone. Countless flashes of thunder flashed, and the thunder prison appeared again. In an instant, the entire gemstone was wrapped up. The soul-binding stone returned to its previous state, but the original black and translucent soul-binding stone had become much lighter. 1/3 of it was extracted. Sullen picked up the soul-binding stone and checked it. Then he put it away again. At the same time, Hathaway also used a magic gemstone to seal the soul power extracted from the brain hunter's body. Only 1/3 of the soul power was extracted, and this soul crystal reached the level of a quasi-legendary. Although it was only a quasi-legendary ranked soul crystal, the purity of its soul force was that of a high legendary ranked soul crystal. Sullen didn't want to split it up and use it. A high legendary ranked soul crystal like this was something that could only be found by chance. After extracting all of the brain hunter's soul force, this soul crystal would become a high legendary ranked soul crystal. This level of soul crystal had many uses. Many legendary construct magic statues could only be made with this level of soul crystal. Chapter 450. Sullen knew several types of legendary construct golems that required such high-grade legendary soul crystals, such as Arcane Guard, Magic Breaker, and Titan Guard. These high-grade legendary golems with a challenge rating of more than LV25 were not easy to deal with. Arcane Guard, as the name implied, was a golem that could use spells. This golem's melee ability was average, but its magic ability was very strong. Magic Breaker was immune to most magic damage, and its attacks had magic penetration and sharpness. It was very difficult to deal with. Titan Guard was a combination of the two types of golems. Whether it was magic attack or physical attack, it was very powerful and had a strong defense. The Titan Golem's challenge rating was as high as LV30, which was no weaker than an ancient dragon. Of course, the cost of building such a golem was astronomical. The total cost of the Northwind Tower might not be enough. Sullen also did not have the construction information of such a golem. This kind of golem had been built in small numbers during the Arcane Empire. The main materials were a kind of memory metal and titan iron, which had unimaginable defense and lethality. Sullen had saved the high-grade legendary crystal to make a legendary golem in the future. Sullen extracted 1/3 of the divinity of the brain hunter, which was exactly 1 point of divinity. In addition to his original 7 points of divinity, he now had 8 points of divinity. When the accumulation of divinity reached 10 points, it would trigger a qualitative change, and he would become a demigod creature. It just so happened that there were 2 points left in the Brain Hunter. As long as he absorbed all of them, he would become a demigod. After absorbing a little divinity, Su Lin did not stay. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, he immediately ran back to retreat. The divinity of the Brain Hunter had a strong negative will. After he extracted the divinity of the Brain Hunter, there was always a desire to destroy, and kill in his brain. If Su Lin had a choice, he would certainly not extract the divinity that was rich in negative will. However, since the end of the Arcane Empire, the number of divine creatures had become fewer and fewer. Most of these divine creatures, such as the unicorn, the feathered serpent, the sun eagle, and so on, had left the material plane. He could not find them even if he wanted to. There were also some ancestral spirits or natural spirits worshipped by primitive tribes. Although they were not divine creatures, they still had a lot of divinity. In order to get rid of the negative consciousness, Su Lin could only rely on meditation to slowly fight against his own will. In the end, the negative consciousness would be completely wiped out. This process was very difficult and would take a lot of time. The ancient arcanists might have a special way to eliminate negative consciousness, but unfortunately, it was long lost. Su Lin would not absorb any more divinity before these negative consciousnesses were completely eliminated. If there were more of these negative consciousnesses, the impact on him would be even greater, and it would be even more difficult to eliminate them. Of course, doing this also had its benefits. It would allow him to become more familiar with the power of divinity. At the same time, there would be no side effects, and he would not be controlled by the divinity. In the seclusion room, the surging power of the elements in the elemental pool kept pouring in and then washing Sullen's body. At this time, Su Lin was constantly pushing out the negative consciousnesses in his soul little by little. With the help of the huge elemental pool, he dispersed and eliminated them. This situation had been going on for 2 days, and most of the negative consciousnesses in Sullen's body had been eliminated. The remaining negative consciousnesses had a very low impact on him, and using the elemental pool to remove them had become very slow. He could only rely on his own efforts to slowly remove them. The North Wind Tower had not changed much during this period. The North Town next to it had also developed rapidly. After such a long period of training, the little succubus Chrissy's art of management had reached a very high level. The entire North Wind Principality was well managed by her. Su Lin walked out of the Wizard Tower. It had started to snow in the North Town. The North Wind Principality had entered winter, and the streets were still very busy. Carriages full of goods were leaving the city. This was the last trade of the year. These merchants had to leave the North Wind Principality before the snow blocked the roads. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. The wasteland in winter was very dangerous. At this time, the wasteland was a vast expanse of white. There was almost nothing to refer to, so it was very easy to get lost. Food was scarce in winter. The gnolls, kobolds, ogres, and orcs who lacked supplies would crazily attack the caravans in the wasteland in order to survive. Even the greediest merchant would not do business during this time. Although Su Lin was not in the North Town most of the time, the new perfume and rose essential oil products in the North Town were selling very well. These 2 new products had become very popular in the surrounding countries. Those rich ladies and socialites were crazily chasing after the perfume from the North Town. With the perfume and all kinds of flower essential oil, the North Town's monthly income had almost doubled. Sure enough, whether it was in his previous life or here, women's money was the easiest to earn. Master! Su Lin came to the town hall. Chris was in the office dealing with some matters. When she saw Su Lin come in, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Su Lin stared at Chris with his mouth agape. Chris was wearing a black office lady outfit and a pair of crystal rimless glasses. Her towering breasts stretched the silk shirt to an astonishing degree. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings and she was wearing a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She looked like a sexy white-collar lady in the city. "Master, am I beautiful today?" Seeing Sullen's eyes, Chris was proud. This was the style of clothing that Su-Len had told them when he was free. She had spent a lot of effort to make it. As a succubus, Chris discovered how to show off her advantages incisively and vividly when she put on this dress. The cut of the dress was very slim and curvy. The waist was tight and the skirt was very short. Coupled with Chris's naturally charming temperament, Sullen's heart was burning. Sullen's figure flashed and he instantly came to the little succubus side. He reached out and took her into his arms. In the next second, a space portal opened beside him. Su-Len directly carried the little succubus through the portal and appeared in the palace bedroom. Chris's current outfit was a complete surprise. Su-Len had only casually drawn a picture before. He did not expect Chris to actually make it. In the face of this temptation, Su-Len could not resist at all. His palm groped around the peach for a while, then he dishonestly got in, wanting to enter the chassis of the car to repair it. As an old prostitute, the succubus Chris was very clear about Sullen's preferences. Her body twisted slightly, wanting to avoid him. "Master, I still have work to do," Chris said righteously, but her expression was more like she wanted to reject him. Su-Len smiled slightly in his heart. He instantly understood the little succubus's meaning. Was she going to play a scene? He was very good at this. Old collared woman Amami? His fingers nimbly repaired the chassis of the car. When he came out, his hands were already covered in engine oil. Looking at the oil on his hands, Su-Len smiled slightly. "The car is leaking oil. Fix the car first, or it will affect my work." Then he slid his palm into the car door and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The succubus's steering wheel was large and round, completely ergonomic. It was very elastic and soft. The steering wheel was very smooth, without any sense of stagnation, and was very elastic. Chris, on the other hand, looked like she would rather die than submit. Her performance was worthy of a movie queen, but her struggling movements seemed to be deliberately cooperating with Su-Len. With Chris' cooperation, Su-Len was even more unscrupulous. He reached out and pulled up the ferrule, then stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the target. Chris was shocked and wanted to escape in horror, but she was caught by Su-Len before she could run 2 steps. He held the steering wheel with one hand and went directly to the field. The carriage was ready, and the single-cylinder 2-stroke engine was ready. According to Sullen's skillful driving skills, this kind of carriage would have no problem speeding 100 or 200 miles per hour. And according to the succubus's physique, this kind of speed could be sustained. This carriage could be said to be made of the best material in North Town, so it was very fast. With a command, Su-Len opened the door, grabbed the steering wheel, and inserted the single-cylinder engine. Ba stepped on it. The oil was lubricated, and the engine fitted perfectly. Suddenly, the carriage trembled slightly. With a gasp, the engine roared, and the speed soared to 6,000. He stepped on the accelerator, and the carriage shot off. In just a few seconds, the speed reached the highest. As an old prostitute, Chris's driving skills were very good. For Hathaway and Alex, this kind of speed could not be sustained. After a few times, they would feel dizzy and their faces would turn red. They would be so nervous that their hands and feet would be stiff and cold sweat would break out. Sometimes, they would even shout excitedly because the speed was too fast. But Chris could go all the way at high speed, and she could change her posture at any time. She cooperated perfectly with Su-Len. Of course, she still could not withstand the high speed. In the end, the engine stalled and the oil leaked. This was a top luxury car. The driving skills were good, and the driving experience was very good. Moreover, this time, she had changed into a new skin. The feeling of flying was very enjoyable. However, for Su-Len, the car needed maintenance before he was satisfied. Fortunately, there were 2 other carriages in the palace. These 2 carriages belonged to the half-elf Angel and Angela. The bodies of the carriages were exquisite and elegant, with a slender and elegant appearance, especially with the charm of the elves. The 2 carriages were also very similar. Although the speed was not as fast as Chris, the driving experience was still very good. In particular, the car could be driven in 2 rows. The two-cylinder engine was not much slower than Chris's. Finally, the carriage reached the finish line, and the race was over. Su Lin lay down to rest comfortably. Chapter 451. Beifeng Principality, Wizard Tower. Although he had fused with a little divinity, the negative will of the divinity still had some influence on him. It could magnify the negative emotions of the soul, such as irritation, desire, killing, and so on. Su Lin needed to calm down a little bit. He now had a lot of divinity. In addition to the divinity of the brain hunters, the Heartless Church left in the valley was also thriving. Now, the Heartless Church had 600 or 700 devout believers. After a while, when it was time to perform blood sacrifices to the evil god, Su Lin would directly harvest them. Now, the kobolds were living quite well. In the valley, the biting north wind was blocked. Although the temperature was still very low, it was much better than the wilderness. Su Lin arranged a large number of people to monitor there. There was only one entrance in the whole valley, and these kobolds were simply turtles in a jar. Su Lin was not worried about the evil god of the Heartless. In fact, the strength of evil gods was much higher. The lowest level of evil gods was only legendary, and it was not surprising that there were a few mid-level gods among the powerful ones. The evil god of the Heartless should be at the stage of a weak god. In terms of level, it should be about level 35. However, this was the strength in the astral plane. It would be stronger in its nest. If it entered the main material plane, its strength would drop to level 30 or even lower. In the past, Soren might have been a little afraid of the strength of level 30. Now, with the magic particle rail cannon, all creatures were equal. Even if it could withstand one shot, it would be another shot. The evil gods that came to the material plane could not withstand this kind of attack. As for the evil god's avatar, the strength of this avatar was only level 25. According to Sullen's current strength, he could easily crush it. Sending an avatar here was basically sending food to Su Lin. Sullen's goal was to create an avatar with divine power. A divine avatar would have at least 1 point of divinity, and some would have more. This was a way to continuously obtain divinity. Even if the evil god of the Heartless was killed several times and no longer fell for the trick, Su Lin could change to another evil god to continue this operation. Although he didn't know how many evil gods there were at least hundreds of them, even though the major churches didn't record it. With so many evil gods, even if he only obtained a little divinity each time, he would still be able to obtain over 100 divinity points with over 100 evil gods taking turns. Of course, after doing so, it would not be easy to deceive even more evil gods. Of course, when he was strong enough and the floating city was built, Su Lin would have no problem going to the astral plane to take out the evil god's true body. As for divinity, Su Lin also planned to get some for Hathaway and the others. Divinity was also very useful to them. To be honest, although the gods were powerful, there were too many restrictions. They had to fulfill their duties as gods, and at the same time, they could not leave the god's kingdom at will. Most of the time, they worked year after year, day after day. If they only worked for 180 years, it would be fine, but in fact, as long as the gods still existed, this work had to continue. This was simply worse than the 990 SIXS and 007S of modern society. If the god's clergy was more terrible, such as the god of death, he had to guide the dead to tidy up the underworld all year round. He didn't even have a day off. After all, there was no day when no one was immortal. There were many gods who controlled more than 1 or 2 clergies. The more clergies they controlled, the busier they were. Therefore, some gods were tired of this work and wanted to resign, but they also had to find a successor. Therefore, some gods divided their clergies to others. Among them, the best were the mother goddess of the earth and the ancient god of death, Jurgil. As ancient gods who had survived from ancient times, their strength had long surpassed the great divine powers and become greater divine powers. Even if they were stripped of their clergies, their strength would not be reduced too much. The mother goddess of the earth divided all of her priesthoods and gave them to her descendants. She then went into seclusion. The god of death, Jurgil, was even more cunning. He gave his priesthoods to 3 people and then directly caused the death of the 3 gods of death. They were the god of strife, Ban, the god of death, Mirko, and the god of murder, Baal. None of these 3 guys were easy to deal with. They directly caused the biggest chaos since the ancient gods retired and the destruction of the arcane kingdom. In this chaos, gods fell, and humans succeeded in becoming gods. For the god of death, it was definitely a wonderful feast. Sulen was now only ready to get divinity. He had no interest in clergies and divine power at all. Whoever wanted to do this kind of work could do it. All kinds of work in the northern city were not suspended because of the snow. Instead, they took advantage of this time to start mass production of all kinds of materials. At the same time, a large number of people were sent to the new city for construction. After more than 3 months of development, the construction of the new city could be said to be changing with each passing day. The original simple camp had become a small city. The size of the city was the same as Mirror Lake City. Now the construction of the houses and walls had been completed. Other kinds of public facilities would be slowly built later. After staying in the northern city for a few days, Sulen returned to San Felto City through the transmission formation. There was no snow in San Felto City, but the weather had turned cold. Phyllis and Alex were in charge of the internal affairs during Sulen's absence. The few cities around San Felto City were now completely under their control. The nearby nobles who were still outwardly obedient but covertly opposed had also become well-behaved. One by one, they paid all the taxes for the year. According to the original system of the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles had absolute rights in their respective territories, but all the nobles had to pay taxes to the king. Originally, the king of the Kingdom of Florence directly controlled about 1/5 to 1/4 of the entire kingdom. The other 3 major families together controlled about 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. The rest of the territory was controlled by nobles of various sizes. However, this time, after Sulen ascended the throne, many nobles rebelled. Some even acted as fence-sitters. For those rebelling nobles, Sulen had decided to take back their territories. At the same time, the territories directly under the king needed to be adjusted. Although the territories directly under the king did not rebel, there were all kinds of small movements in private. The people who controlled these territories were originally trusted by King Henry. How much loyalty they had to Sulen still needed to be considered. Sulen did not think that he was the master of destiny. After he ascended the throne, these people would be intimidated by his domineering aura and directly kowtow to him. Previously, these people had pretended to be obedient to him. Although he pretended not to see the small movements in private, it did not mean that he would not pursue it. He spent 2 months re-recruiting and reorganizing the original army in San Felto City. He also incorporated the army from North Town into it. He wanted to form a fighting force as soon as possible and then use it to intimidate those people. Next, Sulen would replace those people bit by bit and then appoint his own people. It would definitely not be smooth sailing. Those nobles and officials would not give up their rights so easily. The army in his hands was the last resort. If those nobles were willing to cooperate, Sulen did not mind giving them some benefits. He even reappointed them as officials after they were re-educated. If they were not willing to cooperate, he would directly take them down. If they dared to rebel, he would send the army to eliminate them. San Felto City had recruited a little over 20,000 people. This was after Sulen brought some money from North Town City. The wealth in the palace and the wealth he plundered from the nobles were all invested in the reconstruction of the city. Sulen realized that the more territories he occupied, the less money he had. If it were not for the taxes from the nobles, Sulen's funds would have almost run out. After 2 months, the army in San Felto City was ready to fight. With these troops in hand, Sulen's plan to take over the king's territory could also begin. The nobles directly under the king were basically palace nobles. In the Kingdom of Florence, there were many types of nobles. The nobles with the highest value were those with powerful territories. The second type of nobles were the palace nobles. These nobles were appointed by the king or other nobles. They were usually the subordinates of the king and the nobles. They served the king and the nobles or managed the territory. The third type of nobles were powerful professionals who were granted the title of nobles. As long as these nobles swore allegiance, they would be rewarded with manors and castles. They also had the opportunity to become hereditary nobles. The fourth kind was honorary nobility, which was used for commendation or by donating a sum of money. It was the least valuable among all the nobles and was only a title. At the beginning, Su Lun spent money to buy the title of honorary nobility. Of course, this title also had some advantages, such as no restrictions on travel and some aristocratic privileges. These nobles' titles were only knights. They were lifelong. Most of the second sons of nobles who did not have the right to inherit were also honorary nobles. Another type of nobles were development nobles. As long as one bought a development order, they could become a development nobleman. However, whether one could succeed in the end depended on their own ability. Most of the king's territories were managed by the palace nobles who served the royal family. After the army was reorganized, Su Lun issued a transfer order to the royal territories closest to Sanfelto City. He asked the palace nobles in the surrounding cities to report to the king's city. These cities were only 60 kilometers away from the nearest one. The furthest one was only 80 kilometers away. They were all medium-sized cities with a population of around 30,000 people. After sending out the messengers, Su Lun ordered the army to prepare for war. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.